format of how we're gonna, or, well, I understand that. So welcome to the April 1st meeting of the Camden Select Board. We're starting an hour earlier so that we can have a recap of the budget, and we have a good showing of the Budget Committee here with us this evening. Our meetings are streamed on YouTube, youtube.com/Town of Camden, Maine. And if you would like to participate remotely, you may do so by going to our website and clicking on the link for the Zoom meeting, and you will show up on the screen, and we'll do our best to recognize you if you should like to participate in the meeting. We're starting early in order to have an informational meeting and comments from the public to discuss and review the Budget Committee's final recommended budget. So should we start off with
Public comment?
From the Budget Committee?
I think probably I'm just a suggestion. You might want to take comment from both the Budget Committee as well as the public before
Sure.
you get into sort of your select board review.
So do we want an overview from,
I do think it would
Sarah?
be good to have a
Yeah.
little for the public too, that not everybody's been watching all of the budget committee meetings and.
yeah. So why don't we start off with the chair? We've got Sarah, who's very ably chaired the Budget Committee. Great, appreciate that, thank you.
Hello, thanks for having me up here. Sarah Scrivenich, and Chair of this year's Budget Committee. I think I'll take just 2 minutes. I think highlights for those that did participate, didn't participate. We made a few procedural changes this year compared to a couple of years past, mostly in terms of the questions and input and dialogue that we had, where we really retained most of the time for the Budget Committee to talk to the department heads, get input, questions, have questions answered. And while the Select Board was present, and if they had specific questions, could have routed them to us, we really had them in a more passive role to at least the last few years. And I think I will get feedback from the Budget Committee following these sessions, how it worked, how it didn't, but that was structurally what we changed. I think there is a summary that I also was actually hoping to see a little bit prior to this meeting, which highlights a few of the differentials between what the town manager recommendation for budget was and ultimately the Budget Committee. I think the biggest changes, which again, I think you'll go through, came up much towards the end of our sessions, specific to at-risk FEMA funding and some additional budgetary asks that were made because there was concern that that funding would not come through. So again, I just wanted to point out that I'd say for much, and anyone else is welcome to join, that we were very much in line with the town manager's recommendations and thoughtful about what the department heads have been asking. And that's, any questions for me before I sit back down? Comments, questions? Okay.
Is there any way that we could move that monitor a little bit the way it normally is so you can see it just
Kind of like,
Does it angle
Tilted.
out?
like
a little
I
bit?
sometimes can, I think, oh,
Went away.
yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Should we take from the public, if anyone's got anything they would like to weigh in on in particular? Paul, please step up, give us your name and your concern.
Okay. Hi, Paul Stanchoff. Recently moved back to Camden. I've spent a lot of years trying to teach people about energy-related issues, but I'm just up here to advocate for buying of the Sagamore Farm Solar from the offer that Revision has for it. I looked at this cash flow sheet that I don't know if you guys got. I think Jeremy got it from Revision, and to me, it seems pretty obvious that it's not just a reasonable investment, but a very good investment. I checked it thoroughly just to make sure that I understood what all these numbers were, and basically, the $203,000 that the prices for now would pay for itself if you including all of the operations, maintenance, and insurance. The assessment here is that it would pay for itself in 6 years. There's different ways of looking at that. If you look at it in terms of cash flow, I'm not sure what you guys have like in the way of reserve funds, or whether they can be used sort of as a loan to oneself. But one way to think about this is if you took $203,000 and put it right directly into purchasing this thing, the equivalent return on that would be something like the equivalent of like 16 or 17% interest, if you thought of it as a loan paying back itself. And then after 6 years, of course, that would change. It would just be just the net savings every month on that electricity bill, the equivalent to whatever the current cost is. If you did it as a loan, I was looking at different loan possibilities. I'm just playing on a spreadsheet with these things. If you did a 10-year loan, it would be absolutely revenue neutral initially. In other words, the savings on a monthly basis would be, your electricity savings on a monthly basis would be equal to or less, your payments would be less than or equal to your monthly savings. And then, of course, after the 10-year period, you own it. And another way I looked at it was in terms of what you're getting compared to if you were buying a solar array. I'm in the process right now of buying a little piece of a community solar farm in Warren to cover my electricity. And I just did some rough comparisons based on what I'm paying compared to what the asking price is for Sagamore. And basically, if I take into account the current age of Sagamore right now, what you would be paying for is about 20% less per unit of solar, per kilowatt, per purchased kilowatt. You'd be paying about 20% less than what I'm paying. And that's including all of the tax incentives that I'm getting. Without the tax incentives, it would be about 40% less. And that's taking into account the current age of Sagamore. In other words, I'm discounting the years that it's already run. Again, these are very approximate, but they're pretty reasonable numbers. So I just want to give that plug that I really think that it's financially, it's just really straightforward and obvious that you guys should buy it. And I'm not sure if this is the place for this, but I also want to, in the longer term, want to make a plug for really seriously looking into expanding how much solar we have. I'm ready and willing to help anybody. Camden Can is looking into it, and I'm not sure if the Conservation Committee is really tasked to do that now, but I would seriously consider. Ken was at the presentation at the library that St. George, Thomaston, and Lincolnville made presentations on their municipal solar. Thomaston has just massive stuff, and the payback on it is just, it's a no-brainer according to them. That's all working really well, including charging their police cruiser, which they really like. Anyway, I think that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Questions, Allison?
I would, since he's up here. I saw a letter somewhere, maybe it was the draft. The Conservation Commission was talking about this a little bit. I'm the liaison to the Conservation Commission.
right.
And previously we had talked about how that committee, it would make sense for them to look at this type of thing if they have the bandwidth for it. And it seems like there was some interest there. And so those two things of like, does it make sense to buy it? Doesn't make sense to expand it? Should we do both of those things together? There was some talk about the replacement of inverters. And
actually, Cynthia talked to the guy from Revision, Chris, the one that communicated with Jeremy about this. And those costs, first of all, there's operations and management that are taken into account here. Inverters are, they occasionally fail. They're not a huge expense. They would add a small percentage to the total. They were not a major expense. I forget the numbers that Chris mentioned. I probably should have brought that with me.
Yeah, I didn't have any context for like, okay, this number of inverters have failed and they've been replaced under warranty. If it's not under.
Yeah, if it's not under warranty, he said something about that. If you get a new inverter, I forget what the typical lifetime is. They don't typically last the life of the farm, but they're not a huge component of the expense.
And
again,
if
I don't
you throw
know
like a ballpark, it would help me significantly. Like it's not anything we need to worry about. It doesn't like.
I don't want to
like
have to guess right now.
Less than $10,000.
Less than probably 5% of the cost of the thing or something like that.
So, and then just quickly,
Again,
are you saying?
and it would be spread out over time as well. They're not going to all fail at once.
Right. Are you saying with the financing that if we were to finance it, it no longer makes sense? Or the benefit to not financing it is so significant, we should really try not to do that, or?
I'm not sure about. I'm more into. I'm not a finance person. I'm an energy person. But I was just doing some rough estimates. If you borrowed $203,000 at 6%, the monthly over 10 years, the monthly payment would be. And again, I don't know what percentages you can get right now.
No, I mean, it makes a lot.
The monthly payment would be roughly equal to your monthly savings on electricity costs. So it would be revenue neutral for the first 10 years, after which you would get the benefits of all the savings.
So it sounds like it would be even better if we could finance it out or pay for it outright.
If you could pay for it outright, it would be equivalent to having, if you have $200,000 in a reserve fund making 4%, or I don't know what you're getting in a reserve fund. Whatever you're getting for percentage, if you could afford to not have $200,000 in there for 6 years.
The problem is we don't have a reserve fund allocated for this that could be used.
Again, I don't know as Jeff was saying earlier, what the laws are for the town borrowing from itself or anything like that. But what I'm saying is that it would be equivalent to getting like a 15% annual interest rate if you just look at the revenues coming in from that $200,000 investment.
I mean, I'm really supportive of finding a way to do it. I was just trying to. I think we do have to probably, if we're just adding it to the budget, we probably do have to borrow. The other option that Audra had mentioned before was looking at amending our TIF potentially, or finding, like being able to use TIF funds to purchase that would eliminate the need to finance it. It would free up. Basically, the question is, do we try to do it in this budget, or do we try to have a special town meeting that allows the funds to be made available for this, maybe, and an expansion? It seems to make lots of sense. It's just, which way should we do it? What do you have?
I remember when we talked about this back during a workshop session that Tom Hedstrom had some concerns about the lifespan of solar panels and how they degrade over time, and then it gets to be a geometric proportion of degradation after 10 years of time, and you're basically producing less energy at a 10% rate per year. Is one
That's
one of
really
the things.
considered, by the way, in the output estimates.
In the, and I'm sorry, I haven't seen that piece of paper that you have, but is Tom here to be able to opine
He
or
said
not?
he was going to be a little bit late. He's
Okay.
on his way.
Good,
Yeah.
because Tom had some
Yeah.
good data and a lot of experience in those product sets that I would certainly want to listen to again
Right.
in what the facts are and how much it degrades over time. Me, yes, I'm skeptical because especially when it's somebody who is trying to sell something, is trying to say this is a good deal. Not you.
I'm not trying to
I
sell
know, I get
anything.
it. But we've got the data
I
from the
bought
folks
on
who
my
are.
own
Right, and I appreciate you.
more than what you guys are having, being asked for. So.
I appreciate that, and I probably would like to have a longer conversation than we have available to us tonight on that subject, because that's great. And I'd like to also hear from Tom too, who should be here to find out what his perspective is. And my concern is because of the concerns that Tom mentioned earlier, that it might be decent now, but over time it gets worse and the other costs get much worse. So that's all I know. And maybe when Tom arrives, he can provide what the details are concerning that, because that's important.
Susan.
Yeah, Ken, sorry.
So I've
I was
been
just-
following this since it started 7 years ago when it was built.
Mhm.
And the idea all along was it had a certain term at which when that term was up, it would make sense for the town to buy the property. And if we're going to buy the property, as soon as we buy the property, we get an increased return on lower electricity rates. So if we put this off for a year, we've lost a year's worth of advantage. And if we're going to do it anyway, I don't see why we don't do it now. I do have a question. There is an energy conservation capital reserve account. What is that for? Would that not be applicable here?
It really doesn't have enough money to purchase the solar array.
57,000 with some of it.
Some of it,
Yeah.
but we'd still have to finance the rest of it. So I think that, this is all fine to talk about. I think you need to talk about in the context of all the other capital
Mhm.
improvement projects that have
Mhm.
been proposed, and also everything that is coming down the line in the near future. Just
It
because
seems
we're
like this
taking on a
one-
lot of debt rapidly. So I'm not trying to dissuade anyone from anything. I'm just trying to, you can't look at each project in isolation. You need to look at it in context with everything else that we need to borrow money for.
Right. And like you mentioned in your report, and I don't know what the number is that you mentioned, a lot of the increase in the overall budget this year is driven by
Debt
the
service.
debt service. And of that increase, do you think you can tell us during the meeting, what is that amount that, what is,
What are we anticipating?
yeah, I think in one piece you're mentioning that, okay, overall the budget's going to increase by like 5 or so percent, 5 point something. How much of that 5% is actually the debt service in that pie of numbers?
I can't tell you off the top of my head, but I can tell you that a lot of it has come from the infrastructure borrowing.
Right.
And we're currently not even paying debt service on a bond. We're paying debt service on a bond anticipation note, which is, sort of you draw down the money as you need it and pay the interest on what you've drawn down and used. And when we get to the point where we're actually paying interest on the entire amount that we've financed through a bond, it's going to be much higher than what we're looking at now. So that number is going to steadily increase over the next 5 years in terms of the amount of debt service that we're paying.
So to underscore that point, we're paying 124% of our previous debt service. That's a huge increase. And so as a town, we need to be aware not to go beyond our means. It's like living on your credit card. You're gonna pay for it.
Right.
Well, we will be addressing other capital expenses over the course of the next hour, so yours.
Just, one more point on that in terms of revenue sources. It does seem to make a lot of sense, maybe not to try to finance that, but what about something like a combination between the Energy Conservation Reserve and the tree fine reserve? We've had, I think that we decided at one point to set aside money that we get from these consent agreements with a couple different tree issues. There were some smaller ones, and then there was a much larger one. And that was something that maybe we would want to get input from the Conservation Commission. In the past, we had talked about using that money, which I think is also a good idea for the emerald ash borer preparation. But and I don't know, I think the settlement from the bonds went into?
It did, yeah.
It might
So,
be an
I mean,
interesting use of
The
that.
combination of those, you would have enough to fund the purchase of the solar farm. It just depends on sort of, and this is a decision you can make as a board. Because the Energy Conservation Fund, that's a very clear use of, purchasing the solar farm is a very clear use of that money. The tree money is a little, that would be the discretion of the select board to make that decision, because it wasn't all of it, the majority of the money in there wasn't raised through taxes. So it's not like people voted on it for a specific tree conservation purpose. So you could make a decision to allocate it for another purpose. We put it in, a lot of the fines that we collected for those violations in that reserve fund as sort of a placeholder. But you certainly can, as a board, make a decision about using those funds for a different purpose other than specifically tree conservation.
Where are you seeing that one?
That's in a reserve account, Susan, so it wouldn't be in.
I'm sort of just remembering it, but
Okay.
Yeah.
is that where the bond money went?
Yes.
I mean, I think there's an argument that
An
can be
idea
made for
about
it.
how much is there?
Jody can,
So I don't want to
Give
spend
her
this
a
whole meeting on that,
few
but
Right.
between now and what, just to clarify, what do you feel needs to be sort of almost decided or decided tonight versus what can be decided officially next time?
so it would be very helpful if we could get consensus from you all on the major budgetary categories. So if you can do sort of your normal review of the budget and then vote on the bottom line amounts for all the major categories. And those are, sorry, I'm flicking right
Ooh,
past it.
that's-
General government, public safety, public infrastructure, community services, culture and recreation, and then
so like
all the
everything but this.
capital. Yeah,
Oh.
yep.
So
those
you want us to
major-
basically vote on everything tonight?
I basically want you to do your budget review. You still have another opportunity to finalize everything at the next meeting. But if we could get a really good idea of what the consensus is so that when we're preparing the draft warrant, we can put in the select board number, that would be ideal.
So
Okay, wow. I guess I thought it was a little bit more public input-y tonight but finalizing our stuff for next time.
I think that in the interest of time, I understand that there are a number of people here who came specifically to talk about the solar. And I would like to say, we hear you, we see you, and we need to sort out how to best proceed with this. And then give the board time right now to look at the overall budget recommendations and see if we can flesh out enough to be able to advise you to go ahead. So we can go heading by heading. Paul, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment about one more thing regarding that. I'm not sure what other capital expenditures they are, but this one does have an immediate
Mhm.
payback on it, unlike if you, for like construction, you look at that and you look at the
And like,
debt service on it, not just the debt service
Right.
on it, but also the decrease in value over time, whereas this has an immediate revenue stream in terms of savings.
right.
So, that's all.
Yep,
Thank
and
you.
your expertise is appreciated.
it's different than another police cruiser, right?
Yeah.
Just kidding.
So we'll start with, I guess we'll just go right through the categories. We'll start with general government.
I mean, Tom's not here.
Tom's not here yet. Do we feel,
Do we want to go with maybe a little more talking about specific things? So is or I guess maybe we don't print things or we do print things on the warrant for the budget because that's a state law. So before we vote on things, do we want to try to do that with Tom here? And maybe talk a little bit more right now about a few specific things that any of us know that we are going to bring up?
sure, yeah.
I
Why don't
mean-
we do that and we'll give Tom a few more minutes. He's just said he was going to be a few minutes late, but obviously he's running a little bit over. Do we want to go category by category?
My
Chris?
preference is, I mean, Audra did a nice summary report
Yeah.
of the elements, and I think at least contextually, that's kind of like where I would want to start
Okay.
with some of those items that are in there to, help understand what some of those elements are that are driving some of these costs. And I know this is
So
not
you've
looking
highlighted
at,
some things. Have you?
Right.
Yeah,
it's not going line by line through those other finer pieces, but this is, a report that she wrote that summarizes the budget and the public can certainly see. And then from this, maybe this will thematically help us when we go through the other details.
is there anything
My thought.
specific there that jumps out at you
Well,
that you want
Do
to?
you want to maybe summarize it, Audra? I do think Chris makes a good point
Yeah.
about, like, we've had somebody that wrote something up that is saying these are the driving factors and this is what's going on that,
Yeah, and I've got some little things, just questions and, like anyone does with particular elements that might,
Mhm.
spark interest or discussion,
Mhm.
which the Sagamore Farm certainly did,
Yeah.
And if we talked about it, it was a good question.
Yeah.
Um,
So
But-
there's specific highlights, Audra, that you can bring up?
Yep, I'll just kind of go through the kind of major points. So new debt service obligations that are coming due in FY '26 have added about 147,000 to the budget from this financial year that we're in now, which is FY '25. So when we first put together our draft version of the budget, when we had input from community members and committees, all the department heads, and we just sort of put in everything that had been proposed for this year, it was looking like we were going to have a 21% budget increase over FY '25. But so we really had to come together and figure out, what were the biggest priorities for this year to get it down to a net increase that was more realistic for taxpayers. So by, kind of negotiating all of that, what I came up with as a 5.4% increase over FY '25. That being said, there were still some drivers of cost increases in addition to debt service. So it was also 2 positions in the fire EMS department with the goal of transitioning that to a 24-hour service, as well as adding 1 position in the Parks and Recreation department, or transitioning a part-time position into a full-time position. And then, of course, it was the additional capital projects and equipment purchases that added to the increase in cost. So these are really kind of the highlights and the areas where the changes were most significant. As we were going through the budget review process, the budget committee was very mindful of the feedback that we've had about the condition of public restrooms and the amount of cleaning that's done. And so they proposed adding an additional position in the Parks and Recreation Department that would be responsible for custodial services, primarily at the public landing, but also at Lake Beach and then the Snow Bowl. And I've had some discussion with department heads since that budget committee meeting about having sort of a custodial department that sits within Parks and Rec. And, we're going to have to talk about that a little bit more in detail because we do have a full-time custodian that's in this building and also provides sort of the major daily cleaning at the beginning of the day down at the public landing restroom. So there's some operational organization of how that would all work. But I do think that, everybody's heard the concerns and complaints loud and clear about the cleanliness and restocking of those public facilities. In addition to that change, the other significant change that the budget committee made, and this was really a function of getting additional information as the budget process progressed, was talking about how we can help the library with some of their capital improvement needs for that building. So there's a lot of masonry work that needs to be done and other work to investigate and fix the source of leaks that have kind of caused the library's issues for years. And initially there was a lot of good feedback that FEMA was going to help with it's a $450,000 project to fix the masonry and address some of those issues. And we thought about 3/4 FEMA reimbursement was looking promising. As that progressed, it is not looking like we can rely on FEMA for that. So I think there's, in regards to that project, we talked about it being financed by the town all in sort of one year, borrowing for that and contracting for that and getting that done. The more that, we've kind of all talked about it, and this is something that I still need to talk about with Christy in detail, but my public works director reminded me that we recently went through a very similar process with this building, and it took multiple years and much bigger building, much bigger facades, but still fact remains that it takes a long time to do all the repointing on these historic brick buildings. So what might be a better strategy instead of financing it all in one year is sort of doing it a piece at a time and funding that without debt, without financing, but straight up self-funding that project over the next few years.
Yeah, absolutely. Pointing up a brick wall is not, that doesn't need to be done on an emergency basis. It definitely can be spread out over, you got 4 sides to the building, make it 4 years.
Right. So those are all kind of like, as we're going through this, trying to figure out what's going to work the best, how do we manage our level of debt? So I think that's sort of a major, it's a significant change and something that the select board should talk through and working with the library to figure out what's going to be the best strategy for accomplishing that project over the next few years. So those are really the significant changes between what was in the the budget I proposed and what the budget committee deliberated and talked about. The need for capital upgrades is just bottomless.
Mhm.
So it's really kind of just trying to balance what really needs to be done and what's becoming critical and what's going to result in failure, or it's going to cause even more costly issues if we don't address it immediately, with what are the things that we would really like to do. But it's something that can wait for later.
Mhm.
And I think along the lines of some of the needs that are becoming more critical, but it's a little bit the kind of the scope and the exact cost is still kind of unknown, is really the largest one that stands out in my mind is the window wall at the Snow Bowl. So we know that it's just completely unacceptable to continue operating that facility with that wall in that condition. It's already at a point where we're really not comfortable having summer camp there because if somebody were to accidentally bump something or shake something, some of those panes are not tempered glass, and that could be incredibly dangerous for the public. And there's a lot of children and families that access that facility throughout the year. So that's something that is critical and needs to be addressed, and we really can't wait much longer on it. The replacement of Engine 5, while that's something that I wouldn't say is a critical need this year, it is something that has a very long lead time. So making a decision about it this year, knowing that that's an expense we're incurring down the line in 2 to 3 years' time, is another decision that I think you all need to sort of grapple with. And while it doesn't have to be addressed within the budget per se, having a question put forward to voters at town meeting, I think is, a serious consideration that you should all discuss. So I'm sure I left something out because there's a lot to talk about, but I think that those are some of the bigger, more notable changes and costs and drivers of all this. There's also a lot of stuff going on the revenue side of all this. So significant revenue this year from short-term rental licensing that we've factored into the budget. It's a shame in some ways that we didn't look more closely at some of our fees. The harbor typically not only covers its operations and maintenance expenses, it also typically produces enough revenue that we can set some money aside for harbor capital improvements. And, we're definitely covering expenses and we're definitely able to set a little bit aside, but it's really not to the level where, I think that we need to be putting money aside for harbor-related capital improvements. So just to be mindful of sort of fees and adjusting them and the importance of that.
Is it covering its expenses? I think during the budget committee, somebody asked what the revenue was, and it was lower than, was it 150,000 or something?
That's just one type of harbor.
There are
Permit
permits,
fee.
waitlist fees, dockage.
Yeah, when you look at, and
There are quite a few.
there's, Jody did this for just to draw your attention to it, because I forgot she did this as well.
What page are you on? Or
In our
packet?
12, it's page 4 of the budget has got the fees, the table of the fees from the harbor, charges for services, income from
Okay, I'm in the-
departments.
I'm in the select board packet.
Yeah, so am
Yeah,
I. So
yeah.
it
all,
reference the pages by the.
So
select board
basically,
packet.
your total income from the departments goes from 820,000 to 895,000 because of fees.
Great.
Are you in the select board packet?
Yeah.
If you go to page 50 in your
12.
packet, Jody's done these sort of summary tables that have all the expenses and then the associated revenue in that department. And so you can see what the department's net expense or net revenue is. So page 50,
in the packet?
yep,
16.
50 is the harbor. It's got that summary sheet
You're
for the
saying like a
harbor.
totally different number than Susan?
50.
Okay.
Of our packet.
Are you still sticking with 16 or?
Oh, no, I'm,
It depends on which way you want to look at it.
All right.
No.
So
Thanks.
that, if you don't mind, I've just got a few things that maybe will help. What is the, like the one sentence definition so people can also understand? When you mentioned the debt service, Audra, what's the one sentence definition of that?
So debt service is the amount of money that we pay in interest and principal on all the money that we've borrowed
Combined.
combined.
Two things that I wondered about that are in the, on your report, it's page 2 in the little table. Thank you for, I appreciate that you broke those out as far as what the sources are for those 3 different types of elements. as well as those things that you said, and maybe we should do these next year. One thing I just wanted to know what the difference was with is the Lake Beach shoreline stabilization that is in the and when you say self-funded, are you meaning taxpayer funded right now?
Yes.
Is basically what that means.
All in 1 year.
So what is the difference between the Lake Beach shoreline stabilization that you recommend doing versus the long-term Lake Beach stabilization? What's the difference?
So really the Lake Beach shoreline stabilization that's proposed in this budget, I think it was like a $25,000 expense. That's really kind of just repairing it as is. And that's
What is it?
something.
What are we repairing?
The stair, is it the stairs and the,
It's the arming of the banks or the riprapping of the bank and the stairs going down to get people to the shore that was sort of eroded away during the January 2024 storm. So really this $25,000 fix is kind of really just repairing it as is. Whereas we've had engineers and landscape architects come and take a look at what would be a more comprehensive fix to that area that would make it more resilient into the future. And of course, that's a much more expensive proposition.
let's not do that. Why are we gonna repair the wall again and the stairs? We've done that already since I've been on the board. What the temporary stairs that were put in are serving the
And we'll keep
purpose.
those. We'll keep those. And it's
So we're
just not a very,
But it's a $25,000 item.
Is it safe
would've
and
been-
stable as it is, though?
the temporary stairs are.
Are fine.
what are we doing for aesthetic reasons?
You mean repairing the shoreline as is?
Yeah,
Yeah, because of the erosion and
I mean, the reason we have a beach there at all is because of natural erosion over time. I just don't see that putting $25,000 into patching that all back up again does any good, because people are, I mean,
Jeremy,
Can I chime in? Do you
Yes.
mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
So Chris, Dave, and I the three of us have been working on this Lake Beach, and we've been working on with FEMA on all of these disaster-related storm events. We had three massive storms in 13 years, or 13 months. What we are planning, and I just spoke with Dave, we are working with FEMA. FEMA just signed off, and I believe is a reimbursement of about $80,000 to fix, because that's the cost. The issue with FEMA right now, in order to get these funds, they're needing to get the funds out rapidly, and mitigation, as we learned with the library, isn't working out the way I think people have intended. And I think there's reasons for that we can all probably imagine. But the reality is, we're going to get reimbursed for a dollar amount that FEMA says it's cost to fix that. It was about $80,000, if I remember correctly. The state's picking up an additional 10% or something, and we have to come up with the remainder. So we're going to get reimbursed.
this is for the
amount that-
long-term mitigation there.
No, the short term.
The challenge is we'll get no money if we don't do it back as is, or a little more reinforced.
Mhm.
We won't get the funds because the hazard mitigation piece is kind of going away right now.
Mhm.
So in essence, they're going to give us funds to put it back as is.
That's so stupid.
We've already had Dave's
Okay,
crew and
I
Carrie
get
look
it.
at this.
I
This
get
is
it. I mean, I understand,
Okay,
Jeremy,
that's
but
enough, Jeremy.
I've just already, I've seen this since I've been on the select board, and before, when it happened before, it was all, people told me about other 3 or 4 different times where it had been redesigned. We just have
Are you-
rocks. I just don't think that even our contribution to that is
So are we contributing 25,000 to get 80?
to put it back to the way it was, which is washed out multiple
Well,
times.
I will say that the rocks, you've been down there, and I think you all have probably been down there and seen it over the last year and a half, right? Year plus now.
5, 10 years, yeah.
And it's unsafe. It's eroding all the time. The plan has been to put larger stone with some vegetation on the top end in that location to manage the storm events that we're getting right now. That's not the long-term fix for sure. But the reality is we're going to lose those FEMA funds if we don't
I know,
use
just
those FEMA
the
funds.
unsafe
It's
part
it's
is,
unfortunate.
I
Now,
get
the plan with the stairs, just so you know,
yeah.
those stairs are it's like they can't stay in that current.
That's because we've built a wall. The unsafe part is the
Yeah.
wall that we've built. If you go to the neighbor's property, which is just a natural shoreline, they've
Totally
just
get it.
left it alone. It's actually fine because it's just naturally eroded over time. And
So
Right.
Dave and I had talked about this, and
Okay.
Dave
I'll just let it be, but I'm against that.
All right.
the plan is not to put stairs back in that location at all. And right now, use the temporary stairs that are serving us very well and easy to maintain, easy to remove when a storm event comes. That's why we went with it the way we did. And
Okay, we don't have to keep talking about it. I can just
Yeah.
vote against it and be done with it.
Okay, thanks. Semi quick. Audra, because it was good to know what that was, but I feel like we wasted time on a $25,000 thing. Do you know what the prices are for those items that you see in the table on page 2? Do you know basically what those are off the top of your head?
Do you have one in particular that you're?
Well, I'm curious about all of them. I don't want to waste time on the
What page are you looking at?
$25,000 item. I'm
Well,
on
you know what,
page-
it's not,
it's
Chris,
on
just to
page 2 of
answer
the
that, it's
report.
not just about the money. Every time the town takes on projects, it is a
know.
use of resources. They are working with FEMA. It's extraordinarily time consuming to just get this funding and to work on it and then to mobilize contractors. And we have to
Right.
explain that Lake Beach is going to be shut down because they're going to do this. And so it's more about the project itself that I'm concerned about, not just the number that's showing up in the budget. But
Oh, that's good. Good to be concerned about both. I just wanted a little bit of the context. The purchase for the 2 plow trucks, how much is that? Do you know?
316,000.
Why do we need 2 new plow trucks? And compared to like a police cruiser is probably like, what, I don't know. What are they these days? 35, 50? I don't know.
About 50.
About 50. So just looking at how these stack up, why are we getting 2 new plow trucks that are $315,000? Why not
So-
one?
We had a lot of breakdowns. Our equipment's really, really old. We have a fleet that really needs to be, pretty much every truck in that fleet needs to be replaced. This winter, we had many occasions where we had 2 trucks that had to be taken off the road and fixed at the same time. And they really just, it's just not reliable and we don't have anything to back them up with.
How old are they and what is the service? Is it an issue because maintenance isn't getting done when it should be getting done? Or is it an issue that it's old? But remember, you're talking to someone who drives a car with 300,000 miles. So
It's an issue of them being really old and
they're really
just
old.
really old. And we have great mechanic who's kept it all on the road. And it was frustrating even for him to try and patch everything up and keep it together. And, really, we haven't invested in upgrading and replacing our fleet.
And I suspect that they're listed as plow trucks, but they're probably multi-service
Yes.
of sort.
Yeah.
What are they, like a 1-ton thing or?
I think are they 2-ton trucks?
Just in
Dave?
general, what are they?
I think they're
They're the F600s, and the age of the plow trucks that we're replacing it's a 2002 that we're replacing, and a 2007. But these trucks, the 2007 are these older F550s that we can't get parts for anymore. So literally, I couldn't believe it, but it's a fact. I mean, we're paying, like just on the studs for the tires, we were paying, over $300 for them. They're just like not something they're carrying any replacement parts for, even aftermarket. If you look at my budget this year, I'm over budget on fleet maintenance, and I don't think I have a bill on there or a repair on there that was over, $1,500 to $2,000. It's just all little tiny things that are completely falling apart. The trucks are unsafe. I'm more than welcome to let you come in the truck for 8 hours and plow in one and see what they're like. I think you drive in them and realize that they're far overdue to be repaired or replaced rather. We've been holding back on replacement of our trucks for quite some time. And we're at a point where we just can't do it anymore. And if you like clear roads and bare roads in the wintertime, this is going to have to be something that's going to be required, or we just won't be able to keep these on the road another year. I don't think, honestly. I mean, I don't think many other places are driving a 2002 plow truck. They are multi-purpose trucks. I'm specifically buying ones that are not oversized or undersized, but are sized in a way where we can just put tailgate sanders on them and then use them in the summertime for excavation and construction work. So the reality is these trucks need to be replaced, and there's probably others that need to be replaced in the following year.
For context, how many plow trucks do we have?
We have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 8 routes and roughly 8 plow trucks right now. We did get a newer one last year, or a new one last year, but we didn't even receive it, even though we ordered it. It's still not. It takes over a year to get these. So even if we order these, we're looking at quite some time before we get them.
Okay, thank you, Dave. On the TIF funded items that we have, do you know what the total amount of those 4 items are? And how does that affect people's tax bills?
So I don't know off the top of my head how much all of those total. I know that we're proposing to use the entirety of the TIF proceeds for this year, which is about $1.1 million. And that's between the capital projects and operational expenses that we're offsetting, like the Opera House, the entirety of the Opera House budget. So the way that the TIF works, it does not add to like those projects, putting them in the budget doesn't add to the money that needs to be raised from property taxes, because TIF money is the increase in taxable value from the year the TIF district was created. So it was created in 2010. So in 2010, the value of the downtown TIF district was frozen, and all the additional taxable value that district has picked up since 2010 is set aside and has to be spent on the items that were identified in the development program that the town voted on. So that's how that works. It's proceeds that are set aside for those specific purposes.
So it does or does not affect our tax bill that we get in the mail?
It does not.
It does not.
Is there a reason that TIF funds can be used for the Opera House operating budget, but not, for instance, like other Opera House capital expenditures, like the HVAC, or sort of where's the line there?
So it's really what was put in the development program. And so the HVAC upgrades to this bill, and this is a very weird thing about the way that they're trying to change legislation so TIF money can be spent on municipal buildings, because it currently can't be spent on that because it's an economic development program. The Opera House is considered economic development for the town. So the operations and any sort of capital projects related to the Opera House, because they were put in the development program and because they're considered economic development by the state, TIF proceeds can be used for that purpose. However, the municipal functions of this building, just like the municipal functions of the public safety building, cannot benefit from TIF proceeds.
Oh, so maybe the whole thing about the Sagamore Farms solar,
It
would that
would
be
probably, I mean, if we could
borderline?
make a case for economic development,
If we were using the electricity for the snowball or something, or
something like
the Opera
that.
House. Or,
Yeah, something like, yes, yeah. No, yeah, I mean, it's funny, but that's how it is. And also, like, this can change. The legislature can change these rules. So it's also active advocacy.
and we can change what is in the development program plan. To
Yes.
us within the bounds of the law.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
All right,
So
can I go
this-
down to page 3?
Please.
Awesome. Real quick, I hope, on the position up at the Ragged Mountain facility, why not? I know your recommendation was to only go 1, the department head wanted 2. How did you come to agreement on 1 will do the job, 50% of the people, instead of 2?
I mean, it was really just a kind of cost saving on my part. Like I said, Jeff is correct about, everything that he needs out there in terms of manpower. It's been under resourced for quite a while now. So I do think that, sort of gradually building up the staffing up there is definitely very necessary. The sort of recommendation I made was really based on, can I add to Jeff's resources, and how do I do that in a way where I'm kind of keeping costs down? But like I said before, I agree with, everything he said to you about his sort of resourcing level and needs.
If they were picking up if Parks and Rec is picking up the responsibility for multiple, restroom maintenance as well, would that one person be a good addition to help with that, or am I oversimplifying it?
No, I think that was the intention of
Yeah.
when the budget committee recommended. I think that they put in a whole, it was $80,000, which would cover the wages and benefits for a full-time Parks and Rec person.
Mhm.
And then, there'll be snowball employee in those winter months, those 5 winter months. So yeah, I think that's very much the intention, is that instead of, the 1 additional full-time position that I recommended, he's getting 2, and one is very specific to custodial services in the
Oh, so there
summer
is 2.
months. There is now in the budget committee's proposed
Okay.
budget.
All right. Okay. But your report was more focusing on yours.
Yeah, so
fine.
I write this before the budget committee does their
Okay.
work.
Cool. What is the surplus funds, 1.15 use, it's bottom of page 3, use of surplus funds? What makes up, how do funds end up being the surplus funds?
So that's the unassigned fund balance. So the way that the unassigned fund balance grows is either we have more revenue than we anticipated from the year before, which that's actually happened quite a bit, because revenues from certain things that are hard to predict, like excise tax or fees for service for people using codes and development services, or other things that we charge for, they actually have been going up higher than what we've anticipated. So there's that side of it. And then there are also unspent funds that don't get carried over, lapse into the unassigned fund balance. So that's the also called the surplus.
I mean, it seems like a fairly large number compared to the overall net budget.
Yeah. So we
And they're just
added,
available to
spending.
use.
so the audit, while we were doing this, the audit, we had a draft audit at the very beginning. We have a final copy of the audit now, and that's all in your mailboxes. We added another $1 million to the unassigned fund balance as of the end of FY '24. So that's why I felt comfortable.
Okay,
using it.
simpleton, like I'm like 3. How do we end up with $1 million extra suddenly?
Like I said, unanticipated revenue or funds that we did not expend lapse into the unassigned fund balance.
What's the, do we have a rough balance for that?
Jody, unassigned fund balance?
It's about 4.3 million.
Okay, which is well in excess of the policy.
Mhm.
Years ago, we talked about this. I think is our policy, is it 12.5 or is it 17? I forget.
It's 16.7.
Which is supposed to be roughly equivalent to what, 2 months of operating
Expensive.
expenses? Which the auditor, the way they explained it to us one time too, is, that's sort of an arbitrary number that was come up with. That is also the number that some towns use, even when they don't have lots of reserve funds. We have lots of designated reserve funds in addition to that undesignated fund. So, I mean, it does sound like, the right thing to do is to give that back to the taxpayers,
So that's
not
in
just let it
effect.
grow and grow and.
So the other pieces that, as we work down the page, are the cost to the public safety building.
Yes.
Where does that? I don't see that. Is that? I don't see that in the little table on the bottom of page 2. So where do the funds come for that?
Oh, is that the
So-
1.2 million?
So I put that in the that little table under the finance category, the public safety building upgrades.
Oh, okay, thank you. Sorry,
Yeah,
I
so
missed-
that project, because it's, it's nothing that we could, self-fund in 1 year without having cash flow issues. That's why I'm recommending we finance it.
Now with the, that's like over $1 million project, and the Snowball Lodge fixing is a decent amount as well. What makes a difference with the public safety building not going to a separate vote as compared to the Snowball being a separate vote?
Well, I would say that you can pull out any of these and have them be a separate vote. I guess with the Snowball, I was really kind of following on from the decision last year because, the Snowball is a little bit different in that it is a special revenue fund. And, sometimes people want to see that kind of broken apart, like what is the impact of this going to be, or can I decide on this separately? Versus some of these capital projects that are departments that are part of the general fund. Like I think public safety and public infrastructure, that's kind of like bread and butter, what we do. And I'm not saying like the Snowball isn't incredibly important, but that definitely is discretionary.
But like we had the ambulance, didn't we, on the last year?
I don't think we proposed funding it last year, but we
that
did
was
have
something that was on a town warrant, though, wasn't it?
No, we didn't move that
Took that
forward.
off?
I think
Okay.
sometimes it's like things get pulled out when there's perceived maybe disagreement or wanting to gauge the level of public support.
Yeah, and if I remember the ambulance discussion, I don't think there was no decision to move that forward, but the thought was that if that was pulled out separately, it would also help have the question answered as to did residents of the town of Camden want a 24/7 responding ambulance service?
I mean, personally, I did think what was stated with the hybrid approach with Northeast, that made a lot of sense to me, to be able to have something closer not only to this town, but the other towns it serves, as compared to being out in the other side of Rockport alone. So that was one that I was kind of pleased to hear about, that hybrid approach, and it seemed like it was good for Northeast as well. So that seemed like a good thing. Now the building, the $1 million or whatever it is for the public safety upgrades, how long of a lead time are we talking for that sort of a thing? Is that like
And do we know exactly what's going to happen there? I'm sorry if I've missed something, but that's a lot of money, and
It is a lot of
know
money.
exactly what we're doing there.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's a renovation to accommodate people on a 24-hour basis, so sleeping quarters, and it's a major expansion to the building. I'm trying to think, I saw the chief in here somewhere.
what was the basic time frame? A couple of years type of thing?
So I don't want to exactly put him on the spot because I do know enough to answer this.
It's okay
So
if we don't have.
yeah, there's
know everything.
still,
We just
and
know
that's
we're gonna
kind of
need
what
to
I
do
was
it.
going to say. There's a lot of planning work that needs to be done. So
I would kind of hope so. I mean, maybe there'd
Yeah.
be input that people could
right.
have, and like a reasonable sidewalk out there that.
Yeah. So I guess, yeah, to cut to the chase, like we're in the early stages.
What?
So we didn't want to expend a lot of money and a lot of resources on something that's going to be a really big project unless we knew we had support. So
You have to tag that in this year's budget when you do that?
I think it's best to, for a lot of reasons, and you can.
But you're
probably
saying really
get
the
into that.
cost, the allocation might be there, but the cost might not be there if you're not doing the contract yet, or?
Put it aside.
I think there'll be a lot of soft costs, and in terms of construction, it very well could be that it's pushed out to FY '27 because of all of the planning and, other work that needs to be done.
I thought that was in the floodplain and we shouldn't be. Anyway, sorry.
Let's go back to the
The
Sidewalk?
sidewalk.
I'd love
and
to talk about the
guiding
sidewalk, the
pedestrians
downtown master
around the
plan.
building and the parking lot. That would be
Yeah.
awesome. So we've been working with Joe Rosilio to look at the building and plan what we could do. So what we came up with was something that does not affect the space of the police department. They maintain all their layout as it is. And so we need to do several things. One is to just make better use of the space that we're using for admin space. There's wasted space, and we'd just like to rearrange it and make better use of the space. So that's one part. Another part is to create some separation of the firefighter turnout gear in the back of the apparatus bay. So enclosing that in a room so that then that is has its own air handler, exhausting, going through filters, as well as making cleaning and decon space in the building so that we can wash and clean our building and our equipment and not do it on the floor. And then the other part is adding to accommodate the 24 hours is adding bunk rooms and 2 locker rooms. So we have 2 gendered locker rooms.
Now, I understand you also have currently temporary housing or of some sort.
So
What's that going
So
on?
just going back to we have to go up with the building, right?
Right.
Because there's no space to go anywhere else. So we have to go up. So that adds to the cost of construction, particularly we're looking at 2 different options. We can go up on one side of the building, which is less costly, but if we go up on the side where the police department is, that's a steel frame building, and that's going to cost more to go up to a second floor. So currently we're only staffing the fire department 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. right now. We're not there overnight. We would make some arrangements to have 24-hour staffing before the renovation gets complete.
So the
Where?
temporary housing that is.
That's in the operating budget
okay,
Yeah,
right.
the
for
lease.
the lease.
So we are moving to that.
Yes.
They're going to be sleeping.
Yeah, they'll be moving towards a 24-hour department or 24/7 department in FY '26 if the budget's passed. However, the renovations to the building, while, we'll be doing a lot of the planning and there'll be soft costs that are incurred, it's probably unlikely it'll be done or even started until FY '27.
While you're up here, the fire truck, it's just because these are just massive numbers. It was hard for me to understand it being used right now and being one of our most important trucks and then just worthless, right?
I never said it was worthless.
Not worthless, but of the idea that even trading it in was maybe of negligible value or like, explain to me why we need a new fire truck, I guess is the basics.
So the truck that we're replacing is a truck that was placed in service in 1995. So it's had 30 years of service. And they need to get replaced at some point, right? All of our trucks we have a apparatus replacement schedule. So they all have a target replacement year.
Mhm.
This one was 2022. We're 3 years beyond that now.
Who sets those targets?
We do,
Oh.
right? For planning purposes to help Jody and Audra plan in the budget and kind of put a target price on it, so they have an idea of when we need to replace vehicles. So it's not just haphazardly coming up, right?
Is there an industry standard or how do you?
So yeah, we're beyond that. It depends. OSHA in OSHA's proposed rules, it's a 20-year life, and you would have to replace the vehicle after 20 years.
Okay, that's a helpful metric.
That's
Proposed-
a
OSHA is
proposed rule.
proposing to
Yes.
regulate how old a fire truck can be
Yeah.
to be in service.
So the truck, we're still using the truck. It went to a went to a fire yesterday. We're still using the truck. It's safe to use. We're just planning its replacement, right?
Is there anything on that vehicle or any other vehicles that you have that are not passing some sort of inspection that's required, or licensing,
No,
or
we have the
just things that
trucks.
are breaking a lot?
So the engine 5, we had the pump completely overhauled and rebuilt several years ago. We did have to have, the truck has a poly tank, which holds 1,000 gallons of water. We did have to have that tank cradle replaced 2 years ago because it wouldn't pass its state inspection. So we had to.
Do they rust? Do they rust, or they just metal?
Yeah, it's kind of a poor design. The cradle was a poor design. It had open-ended cross members on it, and if they had been sealed, the road grime wouldn't have got in there. That's what corroded.
Can we wait a year on that and not do the public safety building and the, $2 million fund? Like, yeah, just.
Well, I
mean,
guess so it's going to take at least 2 years for them to have the truck ready from the time it's ordered.
Yeah, well,
And
When do we
there's-
have to pay for it?
And there's no payment until delivery.
Oh,
So if we were to put this in front of voters and they were to approve it, we would be, 2 financial years before we even have to pay anything towards it. So that means,
it's not in the
and
budget then?
and we would bond it too, because it's over $1 million.
Yep.
So we're looking at the first debt service payment for this fire truck that everybody approves this year would be an FY '28.
So you feel like you want to ask voters before you order it?
Right.
Is there anything that falls off the debt service to make up for that addition?
So we've got a couple of things that this will be the final year that we're paying debt service on. The 2 most notable debt service payments are the demolition of the tannery back in 2008. So that's falling off. I believe that's about 60,000 in the range of, it varies, but about 60,000 a year in debt service. And then there's the rebuild of the Rawson Avenue pump station, and that's about 45,000 a year. So there's debt falling off. I don't want to emphasize that too much because of all the additional debt that we're taking on that's coming online. So, even though we've got debt falling off, we've got much more coming online in the future.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So
Significant.
Susan, I don't know what
Yes,
our
Ken, go ahead.
process is going to be, but next week shapes up to be quite a lengthy process if we're going to go through and vote on every single or every section of the budget. So I'm trying to cover at least a few of them where we're kind of mishmash of things here tonight. We haven't resolved the library budget, which is going from 0 to 450,000 in the course of 1 year. And it sounds like we'll do something different than that. But we have Christie and we have Jeff here now. There's a line for the snowball, which is going from 0 to 234,000 as a subsidy, which I think is a brand new account. And I think we need to visit that as well.
Mhm.
And I don't know if we visit it tonight or if this is something, I don't know the
No, I
pace.
think
the
we are
pace at
trying
which-
Long
to,
night,
they seem
Yeah.
to want to do it. I got them.
And I'm glad Ken brought that up because that was the other significant change that I forgot to mention was the snowball operational subsidy.
I mean, I think, yeah, well, with the library, it seems like I had a nice conversation with Christy before this too. It seems like there is opportunity to phase that. I think it's helpful for them to know there's sort of town support for us taking that on if FEMA can't come through. The opportunity that was presented where I was all very much inclined to support the kind of surprise capital expense from the library because, the opportunity to get 3/4 of it paid by FEMA was like too good to pass up. I don't think that, and the reason to do that was, if FEMA was going to pay for it all at once, then I guess so, let them do it. But it doesn't need to be done. There's certain aspects of it that need to be done right away so that they can move forward with their roof project. But I think if we can provide some support to them, maybe going back to that 150 that they originally asked for would get them through.
Yeah, so in order to fix the flashing, which was damaged during the storm, and there is a section of mortar that the historic architect and engineer believes was damaged during the storms as well on the chimney. That work, in order for the roofer to come in and do it, he said that he really needs the mason to repoint that section. The historic architect and engineer, when they did the full inspection of the building, said that truly all 4 sides do need to be repointed. And so I guess the only issue that we have with doing it in a phased way is that there's one area where it's very clear that's on the north face. We see where the water came in. We can see on the underside of the roof with the boards underneath that there's water damage there. So we can see where that leak is coming from. But there's another leak that came sort of on the interior eastern side of the building. But we think the flashing was damaged on the south side. So the water is sort of traveling, and so that makes it a little bit trickier to think about, like, how do we phase it? But the mason, when he came out, he created, like, if you're going to phase it, this is how you would do it. So we're happy to work with the town to do that. And however, then that needs to be financed. If it means that we're not going to accept FEMA funds, I think we can talk about that. Just because the timeline for FEMA is really, the work needs to happen in this 18-month period from the date of the damage. And we're getting very close to that. So we can file for an extension, but we have to do that every single month. So it's, we're just getting into a tricky period. And the library doesn't want to pull the trigger with the contractor until we know for certain that we have the money to pay them, obviously. So, yeah.
I mean, there's no scenario where all of the repointing for the entire building could be done within that time period, probably.
Yeah.
So it sounds
Right.
critical
We have to be filing for extensions. But we were to that point where we were expecting to have to do that.
And then we'd be depending entirely on the fact that FEMA's going to continue to think that all of the repointing is, so.
Right.
It seems like if we can make sure that the part that the roof and we can make sure to do enough repointing that part can proceed.
Yeah. So the tricky thing was, when I went back to the initial project, our point of contact with FEMA said she was estimating about $300,000 for the library building project. Then a month ago, it was $17,000. Well, then just yesterday during the phone call, it was $167,000. So it feels like it's switching constantly, and we don't even know if it's going to be that amount next week when we have our next call. So it makes it really difficult to make decisions about how to proceed. So we're happy to work with the town to phase it if that's how we want to proceed.
So the overall cost estimate for the repointing is about $450.
Yes. Yeah. So
And that's if it were done in one fell swoop. If you're phasing it over 4 years, inevitably that's going to go up.
Absolutely. Yeah. So even over the last 6 months, the cost of repointing went from $400,000 to $425,000. The interior paint repair is pretty negligible. It's just $1,500 right now. And then the roof and flashing repair was $36,000 when we had that quote done in, I think, November or December. So
we're going to have to put a number on it. And your initial budget proposal was for $150,000, but I couldn't tell you if is that per year. I mean, the library has been so careful in the past to have a 5% roughly increase per year. And
that was a
49
capital expense request. That was not a budget. That was not our regular budget with the town contribution.
So clarify, is this a one-time ask, a 1-year ask? I mean, that's.
Well, if it's phased, it wouldn't be a one-time ask.
It's the same, it's the same conversation that we've had in the past. We know there are some big capital expenses that are going to come up for the library. It happens every 20 years or so. There were really big ones before with the Harbor Park restoration, and that debt just finally fell off, and they did the expansion. And I think we're at that point again. The library is about to turn 100 years old.
Yeah.
And the birthday's coming up in 2028, and
Yeah.
it's gonna be a balance between how much is fundraised and how much is financed by the town. And I think we can go back, if we were to go back to that 150 now, that would allow us to get the
Get the
stuff
work
done that is
started.
sort of critical, that would be holding up the other projects.
Mhm.
And we can work over the next year to hopefully come up with more like a long-term capital
Right.
plan.
We'll also have a better idea by August of whether or not whether or not the Save America's Treasures funding is still on the table for the National Park
Right.
Service, which the town's money, the 150,000 could be seen as a match for that grant, which is a 1-to-1 match.
So instead of 450, they're asking for 150?
I mean,
I
think they-
what's the deal?
So the deal would be
Yeah.
150,
Yep.
and it would be
Capital, right?
capital project, but it's self-funded. So we're not going to go seek bond money for it. However, this would have to be a phased project. So this would just be phase one
Yeah.
over the next 2, 3, 4
But
years.
Right.
when you're budgeting for a $150,000 capital project, do you expense the amortization over the 20-year lifespan, or is it all taken in 1 year when it's a capital project?
So for this, we would self-finance, and we typically don't do it longer than 10 years,
Okay.
even though this is like a 20, 30-year project.
So it doesn't, in other words, so $150,000 doesn't hit the tax rolls
Oh,
in 1 year, or is it spread
This one
across
will,
the
right?
years?
this one would. Yeah,
Even
this
though
one
it's a
would.
capital project?
Yep.
10-year lifespan?
Yep.
It doesn't, the cost doesn't go across the years?
No,
Because we didn't
No,
have
this
a
one
reserve fund, or we could
Yeah.
borrow from our unassigned fund balance and pay it back over. That would be the only way to accomplish that.
that would be the way. And we
Why
have
not
done it.
borrow
And we
money?
have done it before. Like we have self-financed projects. Like there's a few that we're still paying back. And I think when some of those are paid back, we could do that.
So, but basically, what is the number? Is it 150 or is it 450 this year?
I think what we're proposing for this year,
Is a phased approach.
phase approach 150.
Yeah, and we'll start with the north face of the building. That way we get the masonry work done on the worst side of the library and then can immediately do the repair to that portion of the roof.
Mhm.
And then we'll just have to maybe do a different temporary fix for the other part of the roof, just because we haven't really been able to identify where that other leak is coming from. But
But basically, you want
Yeah.
$150,000 from the town this year. Was that the amount that was put into the budget of yours, was 150?
initially, yeah.
Okay.
And then the budget committee bumped it up because of the FEMA scare.
Mhm.
And now we're going back and saying,
Let's
hold
keep it at
on.
150 for this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have a facility reserve account. Do you happen to know if there is anything in the facility reserve account? I mean, I see you budget 25,000 a year into that
Yeah,
account.
I'm not sure how much is in that right now. I know that that had been set aside for the, for the green roof, if at some point that fails. But we don't have a set plan for that amount right now. We did do some work this year to relay the granite stones around the gazebo, which connects to the rotunda. We really thought, we need to protect this and really get it sealed up so that we don't have any water issues with this portion of the library. And I think that's going to help extend hopefully extend the life of those seals around that area as well. So we're doing preventative maintenance where we can. But obviously this project is significantly larger than what that reserve has in it. So, and I can get the exact numbers for you.
Sure.
I do think we need to, just incorporating that more into the town building, where we have some of the same people that are looking at all the building issues for the town, also look at the library, because
Yeah.
part of the problem in the past has been this like totally separate approach. And
Yeah.
I know there was a contractor that the town was like, oh, maybe don't, we didn't have good luck over here. But
Yes,
then
we're happy
this was
to
all
work
before you
together,
got
so-
here, but
It's been great
we can
because
share knowledge a little bit
the
better.
contractor that Christie's been speaking with is the contractor that did the work on this building, and there's a good relationship there. So it
The
just
new
helps
one,
for
not the old
project
one, but-
planning.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I actually asked Audra for the referrals for the project. So I think that's going to help us proceed in a smoother fashion.
And there's other work that they're doing for other town projects. So it's good because, there's savings in that when they're already mobilized and they already have crews here.
Right.
So
Scale it a little bit.
Yeah, but just figuring
Yeah.
out like this green roof stuff, it goes every few years. It's like, oh my God, the green roof, we need $500,000 from the town right away. And then it's like, yeah, maybe not. And then it's just, trying to, it's emotional. And you see when it comes to the budget committee, they're like, oh my God, the library. And then we're like, oh, I'd like to have better information
Right.
to make
Well,
those
I think we
decisions.
can also ask the historic architect and engineer to really examine that portion, because she really was only focused on the historic structure. But,
How much is
she's-
that costing? Are we paying? for-
No, well, FEMA, we're sending the invoices to FEMA, but the library is fronting it, and then we should be getting
After you-
75% back.
We should be careful. What if we don't end up doing the project that
Well,
they?
the library is
we should-
incurring those
yeah,
costs.
then we should
Yeah.
probably be careful about
Yeah, yeah.
that, because sometimes it's just these mystery leaks with the water. It's not something that a historic architect can even figure out in one
Right.
sitting. It's like
Old-
coming in here every time it rains.
Yeah.
old
And
buildings
figuring out-
are tough. It's like a mystery
All
that we're all trying to
buildings.
solve.
The water can come in over there and then come,
Right.
out over here.
Right.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Can we move
Christian
on to
doing
the
it
next?
brilliantly,
Can we
yes.
move on to something
Yeah,
else?
thank you, Christy.
Back to your report, page 5. Public safety building budget increased by 9.6% because of maintenance to the public safety building. Are we double counting some of the work with the maintenance cost of the public safety building as well as improvements to the public safety building?
No, a lot of that is like, just general sort of building maintenance and cleaning and
Okay.
that kind of
Um,
expense.
And also that they're then driving on to page 7, I believe. I'm sorry. Public Works increased by 11% or so for another person with Public Works, share between that and the public wastewater. I can't remember the page now.
Right.
What's the
yeah.
synopsis of that?
So I got it a little bit incorrect. So it's going to be shared with Midcoast Solid Waste.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, and so Midcoast Solid Waste is reimbursing us 75% of the cost of that position. So it's an employee that's shared between Public
And what's
Works
the
and-
additional employee going to do?
So they're a mechanic. So we have, they can back up our mechanics when we need someone doing that work. But, for example, we had, how that we had to shut this building down because the sewer lateral was clogged and broken. So that employee that shared between the two departments was the one who was primarily doing the work on that job.
Mhm.
So it's,
Plumbing?
What's that?
Like plumbing?
Plumbing?
Really?
It was like extreme hardcore plumbing. I don't even know what you're doing. Like,
Extreme plumbing.
yeah, it was
You want to know.
chiseling through rock and
Yeah.
excavation and then, seeing where so yeah, he's pretty skilled.
Audrey, you want me to help with that a little bit?
Yeah, you can fill that out for me,
I
please.
don't know what
So,
extreme
so I
plumbing
mean,
is.
so for the work part of it, I mean, he was hauling buckets of crushed stone into the basement. And he's a younger person.
Okay.
We have we have limited amount of skilled equipment operators, and this person's in the National Guard, and he was looking for a position. And I wanted to kind of bridge him between the two departments because I had a need for somebody that is equipment operator, but also has a CDL license, which is hard to find right now. And he's in his, not that age is everything, but he's in his 20s, which is another rarity. So I felt it was beneficial to kind of have this person so that we can use them in either location. But like Audra was saying, he works on Tuesdays for Public Works, and he does whatever we kind of need to have done at that point in time. But then he goes to Midco Solid Waste Wednesday through Saturday. So that's his normal schedule. And it's kind of a placeholder in case I lose a person that's an equipment operator. Because if I lose an equipment operator, I lose, almost half the production of what I can put out in a year. So having some redundancies within the labor people that we have is really important. You can't just put anybody in a backhoe, can't put anybody in an excavator, not just anybody has a CDL license. So it's one of these, I am constantly looking for people wherever I go so that I'm not without a person. And this is just kind of an insurance policy for that, for both the transfer station and for the Public Works Department. And I think we're making out pretty well on the deal where we're only going to be paying a small majority of his salary.
And
but
wastewater as well, because
And
occasionally wastewater needs somebody with those skills
Right.
to do work.
So
And
how
I mean,
does-
it's part of the overall concept of kind of being able to kind of move people around in the different parts of the organizations and capitalize on the skills that each one of them has.
So was this position created because you found somebody, or this position was
No, the
created
position
because
was,
you
the
needed
position
you had
was a
need?
position opening I had at Midco Solid Waste. But I really wanted him to be available for Public Works if I need him because of the limited CDL operators I have.
How many do you have, CDL?
CDL operators? 3, maybe 4 out of all my people. That's not a lot.
And what equipment do we operate that requires a CDL?
So any truck that's over 26,000 pounds will need a CDL operator. He's not just a CDL operator though, he's an equipment operator. So he can run an excavator, a backhoe, a loader, all of those pieces of equipment. And I only really have 2 people that fall into that category, and one's the foreman. So, it's a limited skill set and it's hard to find.
Yeah, good. Thank you, Dave.
We used to, just to put in perspective, we used to contract out like every
Mhm.
project they needed to take a big pipe out of the back of my backyard.
Yeah.
7 years ago or something, we contracted that out to Farley. That's the kind of thing that we're now doing in-house, like the Marine Avenue stairs, things like that.
Sometimes it's good to pay a vendor because it's less, you don't need them very often.
Oh yeah, we
Sometimes
paid
you do.
$35,000 for one pipe in my backyard, but
Awesome. Speaking of $35,000, $25,000 on page 6 in the middle is a capital reserve for the Snow Bowl for unanticipated equipment or facility expenses. That number seems low, especially when I took a look at that there was maintenance equipment in the town office that was like $12,000. And I'm thinking that more stuff breaks at the Snow Bowl than it does in the office. That number seemed too conservative, and compared to what was spent this year in maintenance cost,
sorry.
to me, it
which
just
page are you
seems
on?
middle of page 6
Yep.
of Audra's report. It
25,000.
seems like that's a little low.
Of Audra's report.
The,
Say the number in the packet, possibly?
8. Yeah, page 8. Yep, I would agree.
Is there a reason why you went there instead of more?
Really, it's just trying to control costs, but still
Right,
put some
that's
money.
gonna
We're
away.
already putting we forgot to loop back to Ken's operational subsidy for the Snow Bowl too, which
We
is
just haven't gotten there yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
like in
Right.
terms of total additional for the snowball. I think there used to be nothing, and then one year for the snowball, we you know, and they were having to, every time something broke, they were coming to the select board and they couldn't, you know, start working on it until, is that, how does?
Well,
what-
wasn't the discussion last year, and to your point with Ken's, is saying that, okay, so the snowball, right out of the budget, we want it, you know, they bring in money, ticket sales over the course of the year, and whatever else for fees, whatever, out there. So it's not a total drag on the economy from a
No, they bring
hard
like $1
dollar
million
sense.
in revenue.
They bring
Yeah.
in money.
Yeah.
As well as the soft dollar cost of how it affects positively the businesses. So I'm more of a proponent of allocating money, and I think I'd rather, you know, budget for what the reality is as
Mhm.
compared to budgeting short
Mhm.
on
Mhm.
those expenses. And you know, I don't think that they would just be spent willy-nilly on the
Right.
funds, but
What do you think?
going with maybe it's a decrease of not $12,000 on, I don't know, but it's a line in the town administrative fund budget for $12,000 of equipment repairs. I don't know what those are. Maybe it's copy machines.
I think it's our lease, our copy machine lease.
Yeah, I mean, $12,000 for copy machines versus $25,000 for maintenance of big, heavy equipment at the Snow Bowl. It seems like one of those may be too big and one of those is probably too small.
Hold on. The Snowball has its own budget though. That has all these things in it that we review at a later time.
how-
This is just the town's operational subsidy. And it's in a few different,
The capital reserve. So how does that work?
yeah.
What would happen if we
And aren't
made
we
it
asking
50,000
also
instead of
for-
25?
And then there's also additional requests related to the, what are the additional requests that are going for the Snowball, the lodge 80, the,
Yeah, yeah.
Mini
that
lodge.
Bigger project, yeah.
Well, we have the request for the design work.
that's our,
46,000.
which is separate, right?
Yeah.
I mean, can somebody put actually just all together, all the different requests for the Snowball? Not that I'm against it, but just so we know. I'm
That is interesting. to
I'm
think of-
losing track of all the different, I missed this thing before. So we've got this 25 here, then we've got,
So there's the capital reserve money, 25,000. So we have a capital reserve for the snowball and it has funds in it currently. Jody, do you know off the top of your head what that?
Yeah, it has about 35,000 in it right now. We generally, from year to year, just sort of put in an average of 25,000 just so that we have that for unanticipated smaller equipment overages. So that's the reason for that.
And how often have we had to go into that bucket?
seems like pretty
We
often.
had to a couple of times this year. We had to repair the groomer.
Just in general, you know, over the past few
Well,
years.
we've
how
done it
often?
3 times this current year.
In excess of what we had in there?
No,
No.
we haven't overspent that line.
Okay.
and how are we paying for the deficit of the Snowball?
So
That
year?
is the, go ahead, I'm sorry, go
Oh,
ahead.
I was going to say, for the deficit for this year that we've just come out of, that's another conversation that the select board will have to make a decision on.
So are we going to maybe ask voters to cover the,
200, is it 230,000?
It's about, yeah, it's gonna be about 230, give or take.
so there's a 230 deficit, then the $150,000 operational subsidy, which is part
No,
of the
200, almost $240,000 operational subsidy.
in addition to the,
Over.
in addition to the request to fund the deficit?
Yes,
That's
Yep.
almost 500,000.
And what was the operational subsidy before?
nothing.
Okay. Um,
And then there's
Then there's the mini lodge.
window
thing.
wall,
Window wall.
which is 350.
The window wall is 350, or that's the cost if we add the,
No, the window wall
Cost
of
Alone.
itself is
just the
350.
window wall?
Just the window wall.
Really?
Yep.
Not the ADA and the mini lodge?
No, just the window wall.
So then later on tonight, when we look at hiring Joe Rosillo to look at the design,
Right.
I thought that was to try to, I thought we were going to do all that together,
Yeah,
window wall and the,
it includes that. But the money for this year is just the window wall. Because if we waited and did the building at the same time and the ADA work at the same time, I just really would be concerned that we wouldn't get the window wall fixed in time for next
next season.
season.
Oh, so it's that bad?
It's bad.
Yeah. It's
Wow,
really
that's,
expensive,
yeah.
given what it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
are we doing something special there? No.
No.
Maintaining a view.
I wish I could say yes and then not do the special thing.
Right. Right.
Take away
Now, the
special
other thing
thing,
that.
oh, it'll be
at the bu-
350.
We're almost
wait,
to the-
wait.
They took out the
We
special
want a
thing,
pony.
and
Give
then
us
we-
a dog.
Yeah.
No.
The good news to the crowd is we're almost to the end of Audra's report. We're
like
at-
it.
But we haven't
we're at
made
the bottom of
decisions.
page 6 of a 7-page report.
I like it.
The bottom of page 6, there's a $40,000 allocated to the river habitat restoration, $40,000. Is that going to be the last $40,000 that we're going to have to do? Why?
We've called it. We've
That's
called
also
it.
the wrong name for it, but.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've called it, but it could be used for a lot of different environmental or resiliency efforts.
So
over
it's
the
not
years.
a $40,000 bill to go to FB Environmental or Interflu?
No, but because the timeframes did blow out on that project, it more talking about it, more time, more money.
So are we spending more on that project right now? If we do anything else, is the town funding that, or is that coming from the grant
It's primarily grant funded.
primarily?
Yep. There's a little bit
How
of.
do we know the difference? Try to explain to me, for the herd, the difference.
So we have about 1.6 million in the grant,
Yep.
and it didn't really require a match, but we said we would commit some matching cash funds. And last year it was the 40,000 that was allocated from that was used as match. And since we're committing to more time working with the community and committees, we just need to allocate more funds towards doing those activities.
It's the community engagement. The grant doesn't, none of these agencies think we need to do really more talking about it. And so it's been the committee, the extra stuff that every time somebody says we need
More
to talk about it
community
more, it's just,
Costs more money. Because we have actual engineering deliverables that we need to deliver on as part of the grant.
Yeah, thank you. Tom Hedstrom, are you here?
He's there.
I see you, Tom, you're on mute. I do see that.
I am here. Hello.
Awesome.
Okay, thanks, Tom.
We had a question earlier, and I could use your help in explaining the good and the bad from it, using your electrical professional experience on trying to explain, as you did to us last June, July, on the implications of buying Sagamore Farm and its decreasing revenue stream over time because of the degrading of the solar panels over time and the cost of inverters. I recall you mentioning that the revenue is decreased while the maintenance increases. But do I have that right, or am I remembering that wrong?
You do. You're correct. Solar panels degrade over time. The newer panels aren't so extreme as the ones we saw maybe 5 years or so or more ago. But there is some degrading that happens, and it's compounding. You know, kind of like interest in your bank, but in the inverse way, in a negative manner. And of course, there is maintenance. Things do break down, and particularly inverters. Inverters create heat, and anything that, you know, that there's a lot of moving parts in those, and there will be some maintenance costs involved with that, almost certainly. You know, there's upside and downside. One of the things that I think is lost in this discussion is the environmental impact is already had. It's great that we built the solar array, and we did it, I think, with in cooperation with Revision. But whether we purchase it or not, you know, the carbon dioxide is already that impact is already that impact is already being felt.
Right.
So it really comes down to the town, a financial dollars and cents, whether or not this makes sense.
Do you have any concerns at, how many years is it now? 7, 10 for that facility? And how many years of goodness does it have left in it? Kilowatt hours.
Yeah, I'm not familiar. I don't know the panels that they use there. I have no idea about any of the equipment there. That would be certainly something that, we could hire a consultant to come in and give us an assessment on. What are those panels? What were the specs on those panels? What are the performance for that type of equipment? I don't have a clue for any of it.
So would you recommend that would be something if we were going to go down this venture to kind of know the value of the cards in hand to go down
Certainly.
that route?
Yeah, I mean, have we actually looked at the financial impact for the town? I've seen a lot of anecdotal, well, it's gonna save the town money over time. But I haven't seen any hard data.
I do think that there are several people who have looked at it really carefully. I was thinking maybe if they could send some of this, not to sign you up for too much, but directly to you. I'd be curious if you were to look over, these are the things that they've already taken into consideration. I think the case was fairly compelling, I thought, but I'd love to know if there are things that jump out at you that that we should be considering. But there's definitely a good group of people that has looked at it quite carefully recently. The Conservation Commission also has they looked at it and they have a draft letter that they're working on to make a recommendation, and they included some information in there that I'm probably not qualified to evaluate, but you looking it over, I do think would be helpful.
I mean, you should look at opportunity cost here. If we're gonna spend 540,000, is that what they're asking for?
No, 250 to something.
Okay. I mean, if you really want to make an impact, we could also compare that to building another array with town funds for that amount and new panels, newer technology.
Well, that's the second part of the request that's sort of been made over the years. And in previous years, the conversations with Sagamore Farm stagnated because there was a desire to pursue workforce or affordable housing there. And so that was in many plans from before my time. And so we stopped and kind of looked at a few different options there for housing. Some of those, the sewer part is a barrier. I personally have come around to thinking that probably the best use of that property might not be housing for a variety of reasons. But that is part of what they're asking for, is to expand, and by they, sort of the group of people that have looked at it over the years, from the Watershed School to later Camden Can, the Energy Committee before. So that,
Expand the size of the array there?
yeah.
Well, keep in mind that a lot of that, and I don't know if they've done analysis on this, a lot of that is dependent on the infrastructure that's been built into the property. So if they oversize the infrastructure for the original array, with the idea of more up there in the future, then that would be potentially viable. If you have to increase the size of the infrastructure, it's going to be maybe cost prohibitive.
Mm-hmm.
That's a huge portion of building these arrays, is actually bringing the grid to it.
I do think there was discussion at the time about an expansion, but that's the perfect type of question that I don't think to ask, that would be good to check with.
When you think about running cable and electric
I understand the concept. Yeah.
Back in the 90s, we stretched the cable from here to fiber, from here to Rockland, between the MB&A facilities, and that was $300,000 just for one cable for 8 miles.
And I guess the distinction here is that the electricity, the solar benefit is already going out to someone,
Right.
but not to us.
No, it's
No,
going
it's
out
going
to
to
us.
going to us.
Yeah, it's offsetting the cost of the operating the wastewater treatment plant.
Okay, so it is directly benefiting us.
Yeah.
And if we don't buy it,
happen.
That will continue. I know, I wonder
Yeah,
what the
that continues.
contingency is. So what
It's
is,
that revision.
I guess-
It's a cost sharing. It's a sharing agreement with revision at this
Yeah.
point. So revision as the owner is, and stop me if I get this wrong, but is getting some of that benefit right now. If we buy it out, then all of the benefit goes to us, and we stop sharing with revision. So,
revision
Yeah.
is looking after it?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's, yeah.
and I'm sure there's a
And
service
if we
contract
take
where
it
they're
on, then it's our
Then it's ours.
responsibility.
But I think my understanding is that is still a service
Mhm.
contract. I don't
I'm
think it means
sure.
that we have
Oh,
to
I'm sure
train
we
our.
could happily pay
Yeah.
them.
And I guess from
do
the
it.
finance side of it, and I'd have to, like, it's been a while since I've looked at it. I have to refresh my memory. It was assumed like borrowing at a 4% interest rate to make it cost effective and I forget the term as well. I think it was like 10 years or something like that. It might have been less. We can borrow money at like about 5%, but not 4% right now. So I guess it's, the way that it's going to be most beneficial to us if we can find a way to buy it outright.
Okay.
That's
was the
what's
idea
going to
for-
make the dollars
yeah.
and cents work.
Thanks,
for
Tom.
So, Tom, you might have not heard the very beginning. We talked about potentially using a combination of the energy conservation reserve, which has like 57,000 or something similar in there, and then maybe even using the reserve set aside from the tree fines, like the bonds, the money from the bond settlement, and then there were a couple other smaller ones that we've talked in the past about using that for the emerald ash borer when that eventually comes. But so that was the thought of maybe using those funds.
It's a great way to use those funds, really. Environmental impact, positive, to turn it around and turn it into something positive. It's probably one of those ones where it's like 6 of one and half dozen of the other. If the town purchases it, we'll get, a financial benefit out of the CMP cost savings to the town. And if we don't purchase it, but it probably winds up being relatively the same in the end. It just would be my guess if you did significant analytics.
Mhm.
I just forwarded you something that has some numbers in it. You can look over that. The analysis that's been presented to us so far makes the argument that there's a pretty significant benefit financially, but maybe look over that. And
So Tom is
Sure,
saying
yeah,
it might not be big either way.
Right.
I know,
Right.
but Tom's also saying he hasn't gotten a chance to
Right.
fully review it. And so I think,
Definitely.
Good.
Chris, you're doing brilliantly.
Awesome.
yeah, you really are
Um,
doing great.
Are doing a
Well,
fabulous job.
but I'm done with Audra's report already.
I
So
know,
now
but
we're down
now
into
where
the
you wanna
other,
go.
the
Let's
finer
get into the meat
detail.
of it.
I don't know if there's anybody,
Yeah,
Right.
Mark
When-
Ratner's got his hand up.
or maybe we
The other
finish.
thing I wanted to mention is we've got a lot of people here. I don't know if
Yeah.
everyone is here for the budget or not.
No, I can
Are
tell,
there
I
other
know
elements that we could maybe pause on the budget for a bit and attack
happily.
these other
Yeah,
elements?
if people are okay with that, that'd be great.
I don't want,
Oh,
we've got a lot of
well-
people here for the budget too.
Yeah,
So
but we have a couple of items that,
are there some
I
quick
know.
ones that we can do?
You mean it would be nice to maybe let the Elm Street School
Yeah.
or
We can
do
do the Elm
address
Street
that
School.
and
You okay with that,
Do
Audra?
the Whitehall Inn.
Budget committee
Whitehall
folks?
Inn.
Guys want to let
License.
Mark speak first?
yeah, let's let Mark speak first.
Mark Ratner, Camden resident. I was on the select board and I was the point person for the energy committee when we brought the recommendation for the select board to build the solar farm. And as I remember it, we were aware and planned for the degradation of the panels over the years. I think it's a 20-year life. And the figures still that the gentleman presented earlier are still what we had at the time, that this would be a substantial savings to the town once at I think maybe 6-year or 11-year were the two terms that when we could buy it, and it would save a substantial amount of money because basically once it's paid off and it's revenue neutral now, and then it would be free money to the town for another 9, 11 years, something like that, or maybe more than that now, maybe a year. So we were aware of all those figures when the select board I was on made the decision to build the farm. So just want to let that, and
Thank you.
Yes, that's the way, as I remember it as well.
A bunch of problems did come up with it where we found out that we weren't realizing a bunch of those gains because it wasn't being charged to the right electricity account, because the town has like 9 electricity accounts. And,
It's way
and
more than
so
that.
it did turn into this thing where it was like, oh, somebody didn't,
Well, and I think the other thing to consider is when it reaches the end of its useful life and who is burdened with the disposal and the cleanup and so on, and
right.
how do we remedy that? So I think it's a longer, there's that piece as well.
I would think, yeah, doing what Tom had said with doing the consultant piece to find what
Yeah,
those are, because you're
Yeah.
right, disposal fees for those, they go somewhere.
yeah.
Go
Do
ahead,
you have
Tom.
any with data on what it's produced and what if there has been any degradation over the life of the system?
I don't have any of that
Yeah.
with us.
yeah, there
Yeah,
is
no, I think
a lot of
That
that.
stuff is available. Inverters track that. All the modern inverters track. Literally, every installation I've ever done, I can go, I have an app and I can go and look and see what it's producing now and when it's produced historically.
Let's get you that information, because the people that were here discussing that, we talked about it for a little bit, and then they're not here. So I'm sure they're going to be listening, and let's compile. I mean, it would surprise me if they were all wrong, but 'cause I do
Good to
think
know.
they've looked at it fairly closely, but
So I know that we have folks here that are looking to discuss other business with us. And I'd like to know I know that we've got Elm Street School. Duck Derby. Gentlemen, are you Whitehall Inn? Anyone, okay, so budget related. We're going to stay with the budget, but in respect for folks who, unless you are so fascinated by this, that you want to sit through a lot more of it. But I think that we could probably, I would love to do the license for the Whitehall Inn. There's a public hearing for a liquor license for the Whitehall Inn for 52 High Street to serve on-premises beer, wine, and spirits, because you are new owners of the business, and we'd love to have you introduce yourselves, and then we can take that up with you.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Tushar Lapani. We have recently acquired that Whitehall Inn. We have been in hospitality business for 8 years, and this is first one in Maine. The previous ownership have set very high standard for the guest services, and we are looking to live up to that and excel in that one, and looking forward to increase our footprint in this area. So we have applied for the liquor and lodging permit for that premise.
Will the restaurant be open to the public or only to guests?
Only to the guests. So we are
Yes.
not changing
As it
the
is
way
now.
of the operations that the
Uh-huh.
previous ownership had. It would be exactly the same way that they were
Great,
operating.
Great.
that's our own ordinance restriction, I think, right?
Really?
And
Really?
we went through this whole thing with Nuremberg. Did the Whitehall get caught up in that? There are so many rules for the inns. It's
Really? They
mind-boggling.
can't serve other than guests.
Yeah, and it's been a source of,
That's a shame.
And it's, you'd be shocked by where the pushback comes from.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, and not from.
So do
Well, we don't
have?
need to
Sorry.
We
belabor
don't need
him
to
with
be
that
late for it
issue.
with- I know.
I would love to
So
have.
he's lucky. He gets to come in after that debate is.
I'd love to have dinner at the Whitehall Inn, but
Yeah.
another day.
Well, you could have dinner with a guest of the Whitehall.
Oh, right.
Absolutely.
Stay there.
If
and
we
then the
find a
rest-
good chef,
Right.
sure.
We could host everyone else
Maybe,
at our
maybe he
table
can
for
be
dinner.
his guest,
Maybe
the owner's guest.
So in this
There we
particular
go.
case, it's really just recognizing change of ownership for the license. And otherwise, it's operating the same way that it has before. And the police department has no issues, and the fire department has no issues with the Whitehall Inn, with what they're doing.
Right, everything
And
appears to
Dave
be.
doesn't have any issues with the Whitehall Inn and the proper septic
Oh, that is so
filter.
good that you're remembering that.
The grease trap.
It's amazing. I actually
grease
remember
trap.
something.
No, that is,
No, I'm good.
Okay.
well,
I like
Yeah,
it.
did
I
that
like
actually
it.
get reviewed?
No, it's excellent.
Did that
Excellent.
actually get reviewed? Is that on the form that you
So
saw?
everything is, let's just double, triple check that
I don't think
everything
they
is in
did.
order.
I think Chris is making an important point. And he's joking about it, but we actually said that we were going to be doing that
So I'm just
with the
wondering.
grease trap
I
stuff
mean,
and the,
Chief is good, right?
I mean, it's just
Go
a
ahead.
liquor license. I
Chief
guess this
Farley
isn't the
wants
right
to-
time. It's
No,
because the
this is
Vittler
a
license,
beer, wine, and spirits.
does the beer, wine and spirits
Can wait
cause?
until we get to the vitular,
Yeah.
Okay.
which is below.
Oh, that's today too, though.
Yes, it is. All the same. What were we going to say, Chief Farley?
No, open that up. Don't know what I'm
Okay.
about.
What people couldn't hear, but what the fire chief said was that the code officer was there to do the inspection, and the code officer checked the required elements,
Such as
he's
a grease
nodding.
trap?
evidently.
Oh, great.
And the application is very complete and thorough.
Motion to approve.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? 500. Excellent.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much
Welcome.
for
We
the
look
approval. We are looking forward to work
forward
with
to
the
your
town.
success.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, because that's
We
not
we had a number of
public
items as well on the consent
Right.
agenda.
hearing. Right. The
Are
duck
there any
derby.
issues that people, well, Duck Derby is there, and we got Sandy Cox.
I mean, I don't know if we need to,
Do we need to
We can just read
discuss
through
any of
it.
those?
I don't think so.
Go for it.
So our consent agenda, the Arbor Day proclamation, letter B is the Village Green application for the Camden Rotary Club, which is a July 4th event. C is closure of Atlantic Avenue for Harbor Arts Fair. D is approval of Duck Derby on Sunday, May 25th at 1 PM. E, approval of assembly permit for Camden Classics Cup on July 24th through 26th at Lyman Morse Boat Building. And F is approval of the farmer's market agreement. Do any of those need to be teased out for discussion, or can we approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as it is. All these things that happened last year.
Right?
I'll second that.
All right. Any further discussion?
I'll talk about Arbor Day in my report.
Okay, excellent. All those in favor? All right,
We usually don't vote on the consent
you,
agenda. It just
500.
passes without,
I know, but it's
You know,
good to
for
know
fun.
that everybody's in. Thank you,
Yeah.
Sandy.
Normally, if there's
Count
no
the ducks.
objections,
Right,
we
no
don't make a motion.
Right.
We just declare it passed.
I know.
right?
I'm just, it's been that kind of day.
Sometimes you're just on a roll with,
Sometimes
you
you just
know.
want to make motions and get them approved. Okay, now we would love to talk about the Elm Street School.
What's the item on the scroll?
So why don't, as
Under
an,
the action items, decision to move Elm Street School acceptance from MSAD to the Junetown meeting warrant.
So I can give a little bit of background on that. So in your packet, starting on page 42, there's a background memo to a letter from the superintendent offering the Elm Street School building to the town of Camden. So in order for the town to accept any property, it needs to go to town meeting to be voted on. I met with representatives from the Elm Street School, and they're in a position where they would like more of a medium-term sort of agreement on the building. So instead of the agreements that we have that are revocable and people have to come back year after year, they're really in a position where they're not going to be going anywhere for at least 3 years, and they're making, and I'll kind of let them explain all of this, but as we talked about it, they need to do some planning to figure out what their next move is. Could be staying at Elm Street School indefinitely, it could be something else. So while we're asking voters to accept the building, it seemed to make a lot of sense to also ask for authorization for the board to approve a long-term lease agreement with the school as well. And to that effect, the school district gave us a copy of their current agreement, which is attached in the packet as well, in addition to the letter from the superintendent and the deed. So the lease agreement's on page 48 of your packet.
I'm having a bit of a discrepancy with those numbers.
100.
I'm not getting,
Oh, sorry, 148. Did I say just 48?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, thank you.
148,
What? 143.
very end.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, a lot.
Not
more.
right in the middle of the
So
budget.
No.
The short story is the ability for the town to take the school building back as a town property at a low cost. And we have a renter who's
No
currently there. It's low, it's like $1.
Yeah. Oh, great.
And the Montessori school is a tenant there. They've been there. They want to still be there. They plan to be there.
Yep. And I'm sure Rachel and members of the board can kind of talk to
Are
that part of
there,
it.
obviously the school is backing up for whatever reason. Are there some what sort of liabilities will the town be taking on with the building that we're currently aware of, that the school said, not us anymore?
So do you want to answer questions about
Oh,
the
like the
condition?
high
and-
school, I think they just
Like-
saw the cost of
They've-
probably developing
yeah.
that housing was not what they wanted to
I mean,
take
I
on.
do think that from what I understand, they really were intent on doing this housing project. And when the cost of it was just prohibitive, they decided they didn't really have sort of a future use for the building. And so it's part of state statute where they can offer it back to the town.
Is there anything that's in major need of repair that the town is going to then have to take on as a liability for the cost of accepting a thing for $1?
So it really depends on what the lease agreement ends up being. Speaking with Rachel and the folks from the Children's House Montessori School, there's painting that needs to be done. They recently replaced the roof, replaced the boiler.
At their cost?
Yep, they paid
Yeah.
for it, and that's part of their current lease agreement. The repainting of the building, that anybody who's done painting to a building that large knows it's there's some dollars involved, tens of thousands of dollars. And the lease currently, and we would talk about it, is structured so that they're responsible for capital improvements. I would say that they pay quite a significant lease fee under their current agreement with the school district. They pay more than what, for example, we charge the yacht club for their facility. So I do think that we might want to look at that. But the lease as it's currently structured, they pay for capital improvements.
So would there be opportunity for us to lower the amount of the lease with the town not taking a loss?
I
I mean,
mean,
it doesn't need to
yeah.
be a gain. We're not a real estate
exactly,
agent.
exactly. So yeah, that's kind of what I would recommend when we're getting to that point where we're talking about the lease agreement is how do we structure it so that that's more of a shared, us not having the liability, but also them not being burdened with such a high lease fee.
Like if the furnace blows.
Right. Because I'm sure they could use, I don't know,
Right.
$15,000 to $25,000 a year to help with their operating costs.
I'm
They could
sure
put
it's
that
a-
into a capital reserve and put that toward the cost of
Right.
painting, which is going to be coming up if they know that they could pay less in a lease.
Because it's fairly finite, the amount of students you can probably have or they've had over
Right.
time.
Right, their income side is pretty.
Now, compare that to, I guess, the competitor for the Montessori school is People Place, right?
I don't know.
They're probably a competitor
Well,
for,
as a
that
parent with a
piece.
3-year-old, there are no competitors in this space because there's so few spots. It's kind of like
Right.
the more the merrier because there's just fierce competition for every single spot in every single program if you have a child under the age of 5.
well, I was just thinking not to put People Place at a disadvantage or, making the rates so low that it's non-competitive between the two. I wouldn't want to get into a mix where we cause harm to either. My kids attended both. Not
A lot of others
consecutively,
too.
but
There are a lot of others. I mean,
There's a lot of others.
there's a lot. But it's not as big as they were wanting to do, I think, in the early 2000s, but at the Montessori school anyway. But
I
So
really
what's
don't think
what's
we
the-
need to worry about that
Yeah.
side of it. But
Yeah.
I do think that, we need to kind of talk about the terms of the lease agreement because I think there's some, adjustments that we
do
can
need
make
to
it
decide that
voters.
tonight? I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, you don't. You don't. So all you need to decide tonight is, one, are you going to send this forward to voters to accept the building? And two, are you also going to put a question on to voters asking for authorization to enter into a
lease
long-term
agreement.
agreement? Yep.
Can we also do number 3, which is change the ordinance back to the way that it used to be for that particular zoning area?
Unfortunately, we couldn't do that in June, but we can certainly do that in November any other
Okay,
time, which
to-
makes a lot of sense.
To, what was it?
Like a school
not-
district
school-
can
Yeah.
have
It will no
residential
longer
on the
apply to any buildings
first
because
floor
there will
and-
be no buildings owned by a school district
So
in
Jeremy,
that
we-
district. So
Right.
Thumbs up, thumbs down, we'd be able to do something like that pretty quick and for November without being a lot of Herculean effort to put it back the way it was.
Yeah, it would be no Herculean effort. I mean, I think it doesn't matter, frankly, because it wouldn't apply to anyone, but we could
There's
do
no other
that.
building that it applies to.
Right.
unless they buy it
But
back
still,
someday.
might as well put it back the way it was then.
It's nice not to have all this craziness in our zoning ordinance, but that's
Totally
not the
agree.
only example.
Totally agree.
Okay.
Easy to do.
I have a few things I'd like removed too, but
Me too.
So is there
Me too.
anything that you want to tell us, or how is this work? How do you feel about this? Tell us. You waited all this time.
We're over the moon, excited to be in conversation. Their parents and teachers and board members here. And yes, we started in the Elm Street School in 2004 and have been stewarding the building. And Audra's reference, we spent $80,000 on the boiler and the new roof in the years 2020 and 2021. The building's in great condition for an old building, and Allison
yeah.
was talking about it's
much
almost-
nicer than the Opera House the first time I walked into the basement and part of it. They've done a really nice job being thoughtful about the building.
So we
I
care
think.
deeply about the space and the environment that the children are in and the teachers. And in 2014, anticipating some of these huge capital expenses, the school actually began looking for a new location and has been looking since then, because our mission is to support children and families, and the cost of the capital expenses were looming. We were unsuccessful then. This is well before my time. We went ahead and paid those. And when I came on 2.5 years ago, when I was interviewed, it was clear that the school district was going to give us our notice. They hadn't officially put it in writing yet. So we have been working sort of a renewed effort. Some of the building committee members have been on for 7 or 8 years looking for a location. And as you can imagine, with the cost of real estate and the construction cost, it has been very challenging. So when the school district let us know 10 days ago or so that they weren't moving forward, we sighed a collective sigh of relief for the children, families, teachers, and staff that are at the school, who care deeply and who have really been taking care of the building for the years past. So we're just grateful to be here, to be in conversation. We are partners with People Place, the Y. We are all here for the greater good. We want what is fair. We have fulfilled the terms of the lease, and as you can imagine, the cost of operating a Montessori school, any early child care program, is more and more challenging. And so we are very creative in our ways of putting together the funding sources to keep our wonderful school going. We have state funding for subsidies for families. We fundraise. So we are actively working hard to keep our schools sustainable, and would love the freedom to stay a little bit longer, if not long-term.
They also did they completely replaced the playground, which is available to the public.
That's wonderful.
So there are probably some ways that we can help with that in the long term, but that's been a really significant benefit to the
Well, I know in all the
community.
discussion that we had around the zoning change, people felt so attached to seeing children there that it just is so iconic. It makes everybody happy, I think, to continue to see
I can
kids
still
there.
picture,
Yeah.
I was in there one day when Kyle was over kindergarten. and Gary said, "You're watching your son over there, aren't you?" Yeah, I was.
Sweet.
But now with the red and white chart, I can still see it. But is there anything that Montessori school needs in relationship to the playground area, whether safety, fencing, that are immediate needs or semi-long term, next 2-3 years, that you would foresee needing, wanting, so upgrading, three different buckets of need, I guess?
Yeah, we'd love to. We did a big inventory of the playground in August, and we have, parents donating time to keep it up in terms of our safety standards, but the boat is sinking. So we have lots of Cedar Works donations. The boat has been propped up. So yes, an assessment. We were thinking we were leaving. So we had volunteers helping keep it to our safety standards. But because of the tremendous asset it is to the community, we'd love to look at that because the safety is, our utmost importance, whether it's the children during the school day or on the weekends.
And Audra, administratively, this is a question, do we have to have the town vote, or is this something the select board could vote on? Or is it because it's an acquiring and changing a building that it has to be a town vote?
Anytime we accept or dispose of property, it has to be a vote of the legislative body. So it has to go to town meeting. Same thing with, entering into any sort of long-term agreement around real estate, that has to go to town meeting as well. So it's a good opportunity to do both of those things at the same time.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity because from the town's point of view, all of a sudden the school dropped this building in our lap, which this building could be a white elephant if it weren't for the Montessori school. I think it's let's take it one step at a time. Yes, we need to accept this building with our eyes wide open. Is this a building that the town wants to have? I would say yes, it is the gateway to the town. So my grandmother graduated from high school from that building. So it has a great deal of meaning to everybody in the town. Even if the school were not there, it's something the town should acquire. But it is such a relief to know that we can turn it over to somebody who are good stewards of it. We can talk about what the lease agreement would be like. So I don't know, a 3-year lease to start with. What do you need to be reassured?
So what we had talked about was having a 3-year notice period for both parties, and then just not specifying the term, because they're 3 years away from any decision that they would need at least 3 years to kind of figure out where they're going and do all the work to get there. So that would give us plenty of notice to figure out what comes next. And, like you said, Ken, getting the letter that we were going to get the building was I was a little scared by it. But then when I spoke with Rachel and the folks on her board, it was a real relief, because that's just a huge benefit to have a wonderful tenant that everybody wants there. So.
And they already made those big investments. When she said they already did the boiler and the roof, I was like, oh my gosh.
Do you use the second floor?
So we need a motion to direct the town manager to
move the item forward to
move the item
to the town meeting warrant, the acquisition,
article.
both the acquisition or the acceptance of the building from MSCD 28, as well as authorization for the select board to enter into a long-term lease agreement with the Montessori school.
Should we break into two?
It is. Yeah, it'll be two questions.
Okay.
2 questions.
Do we have a second?
Sure, I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Lovely. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
Love a feel good. That's great.
Okay, do we need to do anything with the Victualler license, line lodging, or is that done?
we do have the victualer's license. Why don't we do that
Vittler, I
one
think, is,
too? We've got 3 of those.
In the action items, yeah.
Yep,
Let's
LaCave.
just drive
They
through
all-
that and go
yeah,
back to
let's
the
do
budget.
that. All right. We've got all the, oh wait, they're up above here. All the supporting documentation is in order.
are you guys can, are you being polite?
Are you
That's
loving this
is
so
like-
much? Isn't it so fascinating?
This is so Montessori that they didn't just like get up and
Right.
be like, they're like, oh, I guess we go sit down and just wait.
Okay, you can put away your work.
So we'll give them a minute to get out. And then-
Right, let's scroll up to all the documentation for these 3
Thank you,
licenses.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Just, I was curious, the person who, from the Montessori school, who was that? I
Yeah,
didn't-
that's
Rachel
Rachel
Nixon.
Nixon.
Rachel, right, I'm sorry,
That's okay.
people didn't hear who you were. We usually make sure people introduce.
Yes, Rachel Nixon, head of school.
Okay, great, thank you.
And Camden resident.
Camden resident, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Ringing the school bell right now.
Oh, really? Oh, that's so
Oh,
nice.
that's great.
Oh, I want to go do that.
That's fun. So it looks like we only have 2 of these victualers licenses. The Villager Cafe
Oh, wow.
isn't on time.
Oh.
They had an inspection, but I guess the final report wasn't ready to be in this packet. So we've just got LaCave and the Whitehall Inn.
Can
I
make-
move that we approve the Vittler and Vittler
Lodging
licenses,
license.
Vittler
and-
lodging licenses for LaCave and the
Whitehall Inn.
Whitehall Inn.
I'll second the LaCave and Whitehall Inn.
Any further discussion?
It says, I can't pronounce victualler and lodging. Is there lodging at the LaCave?
Whitehall. No, only at Whitehall.
So it's just
Okay.
Vittler for both.
But I guess
and-
it's the same, that's what the license is
license.
called, right?
Okay.
No, I think that's not like Vittler and lodging. I think it's
2
two
separate.
separate. So we're approving a Vittler license for LaCave and Whitehall, and we're approving a lodging license for Whitehall.
Hmm,
No sleeping at LaCave.
Intentionally.
Sure.
But it says lodging expires for LaCave on April 30th, 2026.
Well, then I believe that's a mistake because it's,
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
think-
I don't know, maybe there are people sleeping,
No,
lodging
I
there.
think that was a mistake.
So how do we correct that mistake? Is it just a mistake in the memo?
Mhm.
Do we line it out? We don't?
Just a mistake in the memo.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll line that out when we go ahead and prove it. So
Yeah.
I guess you would amend the motion.
I think I made my motion correctly.
Okay,
Right.
And did it get seconded?
Victualers for,
sure. I'll second what you said, that the
A Vittler
lodging
for,
is not
a
included. but
Vittler
it's
for
victuals.
LaCave and Whitehall, and a lodging license for Whitehall.
great.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Brilliant. Okay. All right. So we have disposed of all of the other, except with the exception of the Maple Street design, but can we,
Maybe it would be helpful to talk about that.
should we
Let's
talk
talk
about
about that
that?
first.
He's not here,
For
but,
the,
Welds into the budget
here.
that way.
yeah.
okay,
Can I
great.
use your documents for a second?
Yeah, you can have you can have it all.
And pen.
Okay, here is the memo regarding the Maple Street design and then the cost outline for the Maple Street design work. Jeff?
I just lined
Step right
through
up.
that
Oh,
piece
thank
on
you.
the license, so we
Thank you.
didn't forget.
Okay, thank you.
You guys are quite a team
Should have
tonight.
signed it while you were at it.
I thought about that, but I'll wait my turn.
All right,
Jeff,
Chris,
it's your turn.
thank you, and good evening.
let's take over here.
So coming back in front of you with a recommendation for the work, essentially to come up with the plan for the window wall and for addressing the accessibility into the lodge, but also when we tear down the trailer, the rental and ticketing trailer to replace that. I think from my perspective, it's really important before you vote on whether to approve this or not, that this is really the work that leads to a very large expense for the town at some point in the future. Because we're talking about the design for the building, which, and if you remember from the initial proposal on January 21st, included things like an elevator for ADA accessibility. So expense associated, this $46,650 that we're recommending is really a gateway or a proposal into what we would potentially do in order to rectify or follow through those recommendations. The proposal includes a number of things here. The first one is something to be very beneficial to the Snow Bowl, which is the existing conditions drawings. So to our knowledge, they don't exist today at the Snow Bowl. So this would allow us to actually have drawings of the Snow Bowl, particularly the window wall and the current design, that we would then own after this is done, the town would own, and be able to use really for any future modifications, revisions, anything that need to happen out at the Snow Bowl.
Yeah, excuse me,
one
Jeff.
moment, Jeff.
Yeah. I was just going to ask, do you have the Siemens drawings? You must have some starting point.
We do have the Siemens drawings, yes, but this is more specific to the actual dimensions of the lodge itself.
Like when we built it, are we sure? I feel like
There's a
looked at our-
couple of blueprints at the library that I looked at today. They're not really.
there's a bunch of
adequate.
stuff in the basement too.
Here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but I don't know if anybody's looked, or it's sometimes surprising what we do have.
I will.
I enjoy looking in my free time. I don't know if Ken wants to meet me down there and we can rummage through, but
Yeah, and forgive me, I remiss to introduce myself. So thanks, Chris. Jeff Nathan, Parks and Rec Director, General Manager of the Snow Bowl.
Thank you, Jeff.
So and to address that point specifically, Ken and Allison, if drawings exist already, then we would remove that from what Maple Street does, and the cost associated with that would also be removed.
how much is
So,
that part? I can't quite tell from the.
If there are drawings, they're 60 years old.
Yeah, but that's the.
Yeah,
that's the-
7,500 to 9,000.
I mean, but the old drawing, I mean, just because they're 60 years old, that would be like the accurate thing of how they did it, right? Or if there've been so many changes.
I don't know.
I will not continue with this line of questioning, but I'll do it in my free time.
Yeah, they may or
I want to go down there right now and look, but.
But depending on whether or not they've got as-built or if they have what they would have liked to have built, it could make a difference.
I mean,
And
it still needs to be
would
put in a
wanna-
CAD.
We would certainly want to start with, that which is there and know what's there, even though it may cost. I'd rather be accurate and know now. Usually when you make a plan and you have to do something different because you didn't know about something beforehand, change orders tend to be more expensive. So it stinks to have to pay for drawing something that you may already know.
Well, just like
However, it
studying
may
something you
be
already studied. but-
somewhat of an insurance policy.
Just as long as we then put them in a place that we all agree on so that, maybe AI is going to take care of all this for us, that it'll know in the future what we've already studied, but.
Okay, moving right along.
Okay.
Feasibility.
Yeah, so the feasibility study is really the act of saying, can we put in an entrance at ground level? Can we add an addition onto the existing lodge? So is the plan that we're proposing feasible to complete? And then finally, if that is the case, to generate the schematics, the floor plan and the proposal to replace essentially that ticketing building and the window wall. I've spoken with Joe the last couple of days, and he's already put out some feelers with some companies about the window wall itself. We know at the very least, for safety reasons, that needs to be replaced. Whether whether the town agrees to proceed with the replacement of the the ticketing building, really, and the ADA components of that in order to make the building safe. As Audra's mentioned, and I've mentioned in the past, we really need to replace the window wall. There are less expensive options. Should we decide not to go with windows and replace it with something, just siding, for example, that would certainly be a less expensive option to go with. It would certainly change the iconic value of the lodge itself.
That might be a good thing to say, okay, we're thinking about doing the siding. Does anybody want, this is what it would look like. Does anybody want to kick in some money for windows or, anyway, there's just so much to pay for. It's like, we're going to have to figure out what we can effectively fundraise for also, and what things might be alluring to fundraise for it. Now it feels like we asked for ADA accessibility to the lodge, and now we have to spend $46,000 figuring out if it's feasible to combine that with all the other problems that we knew or didn't know existed. I don't feel fully qualified to make all these decisions. Like, I don't feel like I know enough to balance what is necessary right away and what isn't. Because
In terms of what's in
yeah,
this
like
proposal from Maple Street?
Yeah, because what Jeff said at the very beginning, I appreciated the hey, pay attention here, guys. This is setting us up for a very big, do you want to spend this amount to set us up for a very big expense if we have no stomach for we know we have to do the window wall or a wall. But if we don't have a stomach for a larger project, then we don't need to spend as much money planning for one. And at what point do we say, some people say, why are you, this is the whole reason they studied this extensively before else, and they went through all of this, and this is why they landed on needing a new lodge, because all of these problems are so difficult to solve. And okay.
I think that this is going a step further, though, from what has been done in the past, if I'm, in terms of the.
What's the take from the Ragged Mountain? What's the official name? Is it Ragged Mountain?
Ragged Mountain Foundation?
Yeah, what's their take
Foundation?
on, are they supportive of this? Do they see this as extra? Is there any opinion that they have that's on this?
Because this is like a short-term thing to get us through. This is going to make it easier to get through without a new lodge.
Right.
Or
right.
Do they think that we should be still trying to fundraise for that other design that they had, or?
Yeah, they're interested in seeing the design before they opine.
Okay.
Right. They want to see something more than just a concept before they're willing to opine on that. I did speak with them about about what we're endeavoring to accomplish with this. It was not received negatively, but and rightfully so. They said, show me a drawing. What is it going to look like? What is it going to accomplish? Before they would, render an opinion on whether or not they think this is a good thing or not.
And the $46,000, what sort of, are we going to get a picture of the window, the ADA, and the mini lodge, the extension?
Yeah.
Is that what this is going to get us?
The schematics and the floor plan and
for the 46.
That's right. And it's, I'll go back to what I talked about in January. I would love to see a new lodge, and I will continue to work with the foundation to proceed with that route. If that's ultimately what they choose to do, I will be right there at the front marching and saying, this is going to be great for the town and the community, and let's make it happen. The building that's existing today, the structure that's there today, needs to come down.
The whole building?
No. The rental building.
The rental building,
Oh.
the trailer, excuse me.
Yes.
The trailer that sits next to the rental building that's been there, that we bought used.
From the old high school, right? Wasn't it like an overflow? I think I probably had
Schiavi
computer science in that thing.
Yeah,
but-
it's well past its the end of life, and is no longer safe. To make it safe, we could probably put $50,000 or $60,000 into it, and that would temporarily make it safe again. We have holes in the floor. We have leaks in the roof. The doors have come off their hinges in the wind. It's no
Yeah.
longer
There's
viable.
Yeah, they've
the mold
painted over
problems
mold
that-
and they've
yeah,
covered
it's
up the
the
mold with
same.
paint.
Well, and I think what I've observed during your leadership has been a very systematic approach to addressing what's going on at the Snow Bowl in a holistic way. And the consultants, the visioning with the SE group, really digging in and taking the community's concerns into consideration. I mean, I was impressed with how many people turned out, their level of engagement, not just as skiers, but as mountain bikers, as trail stewards, as volunteers. I think that every step that you're taking is going in the direction that we want to go
So
in
Thank you,
order
Susan.
to make things viable year round. And so, there's a cost associated with that, and good planning leads to good results, I believe, to have. And so I appreciate this very systematic approach that you're
that's
taking.
what I was going to ask. When you were there at the, like, I wish
Yeah.
I could have been
Yeah.
at the community event.
Yeah.
If you said to the community event there, hey, we're going to have to spend $46,000 to go ahead and figure out what's best to do here, what's your sense of how that group would have?
Well, I think
supported?
that people overall, there wasn't a dollar amount associated, but I think that people overall were really committed to the facility. They weren't saying, oh my God, this place, we always have to make up the deficit. There's so much commitment to how do we work together as a community to, the next generation of kids that are going to be skiing out there and the next generation of mountain bikers and all the high school kids. I was just really impressed with the level of engagement, and it's across a broad spectrum, a broad variety of constituencies that are engaged out there.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'd like him to go
Okay.
first.
So this is more than an architectural rendering. You're talking about a feasibility study. I'm thinking that's a little bit broader thinking than just building a building. And you already have the SE group planning, programming. Are these two groups going to work together? I mean, how well will they work together? I guess that's the question.
Yeah, so I spoke with the SE group and meeting with them again, I think tomorrow, for our regular meeting. And so I'll be able to talk to them about the outcome of this. The feasibility study is really about, is it even possible to build what I recommend we're building? And, it's not necessarily if we build it, what will the benefits be? It's more of, is it feasible to be able to dormer the lodge? Is it feasible to be able to have an entrance from the parking lot into a building and actually accomplish what it is we want to accomplish? And just to get back to a point, I kind of lost a little bit earlier, so forgive me. But I look at this lodge, new lodge or no new lodge. We have an opportunity to address an ADA challenge that has existed since the lodges existed. And it's expensive. And I think that you need to know that, the town needs to know that. If we commit to it, it's going to cost money. Elevators, I have no idea what an elevator costs, but I know it's not inexpensive. I looked into putting in a walkway, a driveway, if you will. And a driveway for every foot of elevation requires 20 feet of horizontal gain. So to get to the 10 feet, I would need to find 200 feet to put in really a 10-foot gain in elevation. And so that's not practical. If we were to put in a ramp system and just a general ramp, not an ADA specific ramp, it would require 12 feet of horizontal gain for every 1 foot of vertical gain. And so I would need to find 120 feet.
That's why they have switchbacks. I mean, if you go to the Tommy Chinese restaurant, across from Main Sport, like,
I would, and we could do that. And then it's a matter of maintaining, that being cleared.
oh
It-
yeah, I mean,
In order, so I'm not suggesting we couldn't, but putting 120-foot ramp presents its own challenges. And when we spoke with,
Wheelchair to go 120 feet.
yeah,
I mean, I
So-
just worry that this might not happen because it costs so much money. I mean, and the thing about the history of the snowball is the history of volunteerism and donating. I mean, every single bit of that first lodge was donated really in the most extraordinary effort of volunteerism and generosity that the state had ever seen at that time for any kind of thing like that. And so I do think that we have to make sure that, I mean, it's a little bit astounding to me that with all of the people in the community and all the support for the snowball, that there's not somebody that will do this kind of architectural work for free. And I know that I would really like to try to do some kind of survey of what are the things that people are willing to fundraise for. I mean, my husband was at that community thing, and I'm telling you, I mean, those people aren't a good gauge of the overall community. We're really supportive of the snowball. I live with people that, they think about it all the time, and they, but you can't, some of them, need to be asked, like, okay, what are you willing to fundraise for? What are you willing, because there are things that even we would pay more for. I just want to make sure that the town doesn't step in always too quickly without giving the opportunity for private funding. But I mean, I know that you're really tapped. I think you're doing an awesome job. I think there's a lot of enthusiasm. A lot of people feel like they really are excited about the direction the snowball is going in, but it's just so many things that are adding up for.
And it is, I mean, if the lodge were to be built as planned, we wouldn't need to build this building.
Right.
The lodge started as like a $2 million project, and now it's more like a $7, maybe $8 million project as it stands now. So I guess as a community, we really have to think about what is realistic to do out there and how do we achieve that? Because we've done the best we can to operate out of temporary buildings in a temporary situation. And we're just telling you, we're at the end of that road now. We've got to figure out another solution. And Jeff's kind of Hail Marying it at this point, saying I want to achieve all these, ADA access is important.
Right.
Having space for our operations is important. This is the best way we can think of to meet those needs given where we're at. So, but all that being said, if there is true commitment to move forward with building the new lodge, then it wouldn't be necessary to build this building.
Well,
I guess we just can't really wait anymore.
Right.
Some sort of decision needs to be made one way or the other.
I think that the notion, and I appreciate your dedication to volunteerism in the community. I think the level of detail that is being offered in this proposal, it's unrealistic to expect that an architect is going to do this work for free. I don't think we're in a world where we say, we'd like you to produce this level of planning at no cost. So I reject that out of hand. I also think that it's difficult to fundraise an idea. It's easier to fundraise a drawing. We're doing an event for Habitat where we're doing a build a house. you want to buy a window? Do you want to buy flooring? Do you want to buy bathroom fixtures? You know, people like that idea when the Snowball did the buying the,
I'm going to support this. Sorry, I may have not been clear. I'm going to support this. I'm looking at this in the context of all of the other things in the budget for the Snowball and seeing that Jeff is up here and kind of trying to get a sense of which of these things we can and should do. My primary concern with the Snowball is that every time we make investments, that we're thinking about which things are available to all residents, whether they're skiing or not, which things are available for free. And just trying to maximize that so that it's more of as much as possible, a park and like community recreation investment, and looking for, lots of free things. And because when I try to rattle off the things that are available, to everybody, it's just not, it's not as much as what I would like it to be. So if the town is going to be I support more planning and I support moving forward. All these things have been left behind, but just thinking really a lot about what is available to everybody and not just skiers, what can be free and how does that benefit? Like having bathrooms that are accessible, that people can go to when they're hiking, is, really important and a great thing and should be a priority. And I know that costs money. And so that's just the lens I would like to look through things.
So what do we need tonight to go ahead and approve this?
So is it going to
Is
be
this a
part of
discussion
the
or an
budget? It's an action. So it's separate from the budget.
Yeah, so it would just be authorizing to move forward with this study and approving the.
Where does
funding
the
for
money
it.
come from?
It would come out of contingency because we'd like to move forward. We don't want to wait until July because of the window wall issue.
And how much is there in the contingency funds available now?
I don't know exactly off the top, but there's plenty of money.
That can be used for.
Can I make a motion to go ahead and approve the use of contingency funds to develop the plan?
I will second that, but we'll have some more discussion to go.
Is there a way that we can try to keep track of what is being invested in the Snowball? I have never voted against anything the Snowball has asked for, and my family is incredibly supportive. My father-in-law used to sleep there and sell all kinds of things. I do think that we should try to keep track of it. And when it's this fund and that fund, and I'd rather overspend the Snowball line an additional, be even more in the red, or charge it to the parks account. But something that is either this, because it really is, to me, it's a parks and rec investment, and should be as much as the Snowball. So I am very supportive if it can somehow be put into that area.
Can we do that?
Budget? Is there?
Absolutely.
And still work with the time frame that, I mean, you wanted to do this, get this going as soon as possible, right?
Yes. So you've
So
got
if
a
we
number of
don't take it
options.
from contingency.
We don't have to take it from contingency. That's just kind of an easy place where there's available funds. You could pay out of the Snowball reserve. So like Jody said, there's 35,000 in it.
Oh,
and, I think that by the time the work is done, there'll be another 25,000 if the budget passes. So
Okay, that solves,
Stretching
yeah,
over
then
2
that can be
years.
tracked over time.
Can we amend the motion to have it come out of the Snowball reserve?
I don't know why what difference does it make?
Well, we said contingency.
Yes, we did.
Yep.
It's just so that over time, when you can see what was spent in each cost center, you can track it when it's put in contingency, spent from contingency. It just becomes hard to track.
you have to remember that you did that.
But
as
we've got a
opposed to-
spot right now where it could come from for at least half of it, and the other half by the time the budget's approved.
Yes.
Well, I'll can I amend the motion?
Please,
To go ahead
please.
and take the money from the what fund?
Snowball reserve.
Snowball Reserve Fund for the first part of the payment.
And I'll second the amendment. I don't know if we have to vote on the amendment and then vote on the original.
No, we don't have to vote on the original. We're voting on the amended motion.
I waive my right to appeal if the,
Very good.
Okay. All those in favor?
This is just the amendment.
no, I think that we're voting on the real thing.
We're
now.
voting on the real thing.
Okay, more discussion then. What's the time frame? When do you hope to have this project, the plans in hand?
It's, I hope to have the project plans in hand by midsummer. So Joe's already working on, he thinks it'll be several weeks to have the details done on the window wall. He's already, as I mentioned, started reaching out on that. And then it'll be, several more weeks after that on the other side of the building or the addition.
I think I saw a shed picture, which is what you're planning on using this winter for the ticket.
Conceptually,
Conceptually.
I need a home for ticketing. When that building goes away, I've figured out where to put rentals. I figured out where to put ski school.
That was my next question, the rentals.
Yep, I figured out where to put them. I am displacing our race program and have to figure out where they're going to go temporarily. And I don't have an answer yet for ticketing. Ticketing is not ideal in the lodge. We have so little space upstairs in the lodge. If you were there at all during either Christmas break or February break, it was a packed house.
Yep.
It's really impractical to put ticketing there. My initial idea or present thought on it is that a building that could be used multi-season, we could use specifically for ticketing this year. The following winter, we could use it in Tobogganville for registration and the souvenirs that merchandise over in Tobogganville. But I also think there's good use for it as we have summer events and have it used for either ticketing or some other function in the summertime as well for events. So what I don't want to do is the other option would really be to lease something, construction trailer, for example. Not as helpful for our guests, to actually have to walk up into a construction trailer to buy tickets and things like that, but we can figure that part out. But, it would be, that picture is really a placeholder until we finalize what we're going to do with ticketing, because it's not ideal to put them in the lodge.
Thanks. Yes, and when I see a picture, it gets imprinted, so you got to be careful with photographs. So my follow-up question is still about, so this will be an expensive building, but the more functions that go into this new extension of the lodge, the less need there is for a new lodge. So I'm thinking if you have two functions, I'm just brainstorming. Is there any way for Maple Studios to think in those terms? What if you went the next step and added another function or two to this building? I mean, the ground's going to be open. We're going to have the equipment there. Is there an opportunity here to put more functions into the extension? You see where I'm going with that. And is the SE group going to address that kind of function and programming?
Are we talking about SE or Joe Rosillo?
SE group is a group who are going to do their report by July, I think. Is that?
Oh, okay.
The end of
Are we still
June.
talking about the motion we're talking about is the contract with the Maple Street?
The reds here.
Yeah, so
We stay.
So,
Ken, the
yeah, like I guess, are you saying is the Maple Street design work going to be informed by what the SE group?
That's part of
learns?
it. That's definitely part of it. Yeah.
Ideally, right? Yeah.
At this time, no. It doesn't mean it can't be if it's important to be contemplated. When I think about the needs now, there's no space is we're not going to have too much space at the Snow Bowl with the current plans the way they are and the proposal. If we were to add on to the concept of the new build, I can't say it with the design because it doesn't exist yet, but if we were to add on functions to the concept of that, yeah, I could certainly see a condition that would exist that would say we no longer would need the new lodge. Right, which depends on what we would put into that. But as it exists right now, I've certainly contemplated the existing new lodge proposal, the drawings, the renderings, the design for that relative to this space. And this space would certainly be able to be utilized in a four-season capacity, even with the new lodge proposal as it exists today.
Yeah, great. Thanks. One last question. I probably asked you before, but I can't remember the answer. Is the geothermal system working? Are you getting heat into the lodge from the geothermal system?
Yes, we are. It's working.
Oh, good. Thank you.
That's great.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We've had discussion. All those in favor?
Tom?
Tom's probably. Thank you, Tom, for hanging in. Okay,
Thank you.
we're good. All right, we will now return
Back to the budget?
to our discussion of the
All
budget.
right, we were about to enter onto what would ordinarily be called page 10 of the packet. Page 2 is the first essential table that's there. And I just had one question on this particular one. At the community service line, right, Audra? You can look at my screen.
Help me find what
This-
page you're on.
It is page 10 in the packet of 158. It's otherwise page 2 on the bottom right-hand corner.
I'll go with 10. Thank you.
Yeah, me too.
And the line that I was just curious about was the community services line. And that community services line, we had $74,000 in this year's budget, 19 the year before, and 24 next year. Why the hump? Why'd it go up and why is it coming down?
So that $55,000 was from the contract we had with Volunteers of America.
Did that go away?
Well, we're proposing not to fund it this year. So it was something that we funded jointly with the city of Rockland, and they're not planning on funding it either this year.
It didn't work well?
I think that we got good service from VOA, especially in terms of the police side of things. I think that there was a lot of expectation that there would be a lot of case management work that we could rely on them for, particularly for some of the complicated general assistance cases that both the city of Rockland sees and we see to a much lesser extent. And it just didn't work out.
And this was the
that.
group that they were here during a select board meeting about 8 months ago, I think. And they were describing their services pretty much Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. And I was concerned then that a lot of things happen after that time. And over the weekends that would not be effective. So that's too bad. Does this, without going with, the concept I thought with the Volunteers of America, it was another human services resource to go coincide with police efforts.
Yeah. Yep.
Chief Farley, did you have any, in your role with EMS, any interaction with the VOA enough to speak to?
With VOA?
Chief Farley didn't, I can answer that for him. However, because the chief's here and we can talk a little bit about fire, there is a per diem staff member that Chief Farley currently has who's they've got specialization in first responding, mental health first responding. And so we've talked about potentially having that fulfill the role that the
These just-
VOA position.
That's just someone that came with a certification to the department that was
Yeah, just like
recently hired.
expertise
Just
that-
happened to be lucky to have the expertise, I guess, which is good.
Happy to be lucky, right, to have the interest. And I would say overall, I'm very happy to see, just the topic of mental well-being more talked about in the first responder community itself. There's a fairly good sized conference coming up in Augusta in a couple of weeks.
Does this concern you then of not going with that contract this year? With the extra Volunteers of America contract? Is that a concern?
Really didn't have a whole lot of impact for us. We're looking at, as we get more involved in Maine EMS is rewriting their community paramedicine program. So we're looking, that's something that we're looking at down the road once Maine EMS finalizes those. So that can be I'll be a part of this so that we would be doing more community outreach type things and looking at partnering with Camden Area District Nursing to do that as well.
My understanding, like what they would do, and tell me if I'm wrong, but it was an extra, human resources effort that might be more, specialized in, I suspect it's drug related items and other bad things that can go on at home.
I do know that Rockland is funding. It would be worth it maybe to reach out to them. They told me recently that they are funding somebody within their police department that's been doing a great job with that. They're using funding from the opioid settlement to do it. So maybe if they have something that's already working well, I don't know, maybe we could contract with them to expand that or something.
And how about those more complicated general assistance? Does that now just fall onto town staff to?
I mean, it always,
Like it always has.
It always has.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Almost like it would be nice to leave something in the budget and say, hey, here's an opportunity to, some of that can be funded with, if for the right opportunity, some of it could be funded with the trust funds.
Well, this was, that position, the VOA position was trust fund.
Well, that's different than the community service.
No, that money in the community services line for the VOA position was trust funds. That
We don't
funded
got
that.
charged for the community service line?
It was,
Stuff
it
that
sat
gets-
within the community service budget, but we had in the revenue line, or sorry, the revenue section of the budget, we had transfer from
distributions, right?
trust funds going
That we
towards it.
don't have now?
No, it's
No.
still there.
Well, it's for FY '25, but not this, it's not proposed for this budget.
Oh, okay.
All right, basically the next line down, a much bigger item is Camden Public Library in FY '25, 585,000. And the budget committee is recommending $1 million, which is like $250,000 more than what you said. What was I can't remember what was this?
That was the discussion
Is
about
that
the
the
building.
$150,000 building piece? Is that what that is?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so although I would like to propose that
So
we,
which one is it? Which number do we use?
I'd like to use the restore everything in the town managers column, because I think that the budget committee, when they took away that, there was, looking at the operating budget, there was a discrepancy about the HR, what was it called? The HR consultants that maybe had been put in the budget wrong. And then so the budget committee thought that they had the opportunity to take $25,000 away from the ask to the town. The way the library budget works is not like that. It goes half to the town, or sort of half to the town and half to the donors. So they actually reduced because of the basically they're going to have to fundraise that difference that the budget committee took out of the budget for the operating expense. But I would then like to take away the 300,000 from the capital expenditures, basically restore the $25,000 to the operating budget would be my motion, and remove 300,000 from the capital appropriation.
You go back to Audra's 739, you're saying.
Exactly, yeah.
And what we're missing by not doing that $250,000 is some pointing.
Yeah, I think they were,
Or hanging
they were going to
carpets.
rush it in order to be able to comply with the FEMA schedule, but we've had to have a workaround now.
So what does Jody need to do to say, hey, the select board would rather go with, in the culture and recreation piece, we'd rather go with the town manager's line than the budget committee's line? What needs to happen?
I think a motion.
Yep, a motion, and then on the revenue side, you'd have to also remove the 300,000, or remove all of the entire 450 that would have been financed for the library project.
So
Which
we'll
in
do the-
essence
we'll
is
do
actually
the-
going to
Where's
increase
that
the,
page?
Yeah.
it's two sections, so the revenue comes next.
Yep.
I think we can also use surplus to cover that.
Or something. Yeah, there's other.
Or do you have
things.
another idea?
So again, what do we need to officially
I'll
do?
let you know
Go
if I
ahead
come
and
up
say
with
it's 2196,550 compared to 2764. And we're also then, the other piece that's in there is $200,000 or $300,000 difference for the Parks and Rec. The budget committee recommended $1 million. Audra recommends 747. What was there before? It's still 747 is still 5% more than it was last year for Parks and Rec.
Yeah,
What-
so they
what's
added
making up?
in, that was the bathroom, full-time bathroom specialist, or,
Yeah, the custodial
80,000 more.
custodian position, and also the operating subsidy for the snowball.
That's what makes the 747, or that makes the one
That
1
million
million.
36.
1 million.
is there, this might not be the right time to say this, but in terms of all of the public bathrooms that are available, to the public, have we ever looked at just attempting to contract that out? And I would really like to know what a cleaning service or what a company would say that this would cost. What I heard some from Jeff and from others is that trying to meet the demand of it's actually more than a full-time person to provide full-time coverage.
Mhm.
And I don't know, it just, if for no other reason than also to be able to hold somebody accountable to say, we want all of these to be at least as nice as, the Maritime Farms or the Kennebunk Rest Stop or whatever we want to use as the standard. What would that cost us across all of these? Because it's just this endless debate whether we're doing enough or whether could we think about doing that? And
We could certainly put out like an RFP to do that.
this whole back and forth, is it the harbor's responsibility? Is it Parks and Rec? It's been this back and forth and this, I don't know. I would love to solve that in some other way.
Well, a lot of that is a function of the resources that we've been given to do it. And I guess
I'd like to know what the appropriate resources, it would be a nice benchmark to say, this is what it's going to cost if we contract it out. I didn't hear anybody from even adding more people saying that, oh yeah, this is going to just be, we can guarantee.
It'll be clean.
Well,
You're
I
gonna
would
try to
say
do better.
if we have, if this is funded, Jeff and I were just talking today about making a little custodial, I guess for lack of a better word, department that would sit under Parks and Rec. So we have a custodian in this building. So anyway, we've got
That's what I'm saying, but is there a
Yeah.
way to maybe make, instead of having a new department,
not,
look at
it would sit,
contracting?
it would sit under, we can look at it. We can certainly look at it.
Even if it's a department of contractors. I think it's a great thing too, to go ahead and put,
I'm just
this
going
is
to say that's
responsible
not
somebody.
it's not a panacea. I've tried
Yeah.
at the city of Rockland. We tried custodial staff. We had contracts. We had a combination. We've done that here where we've tried all kinds of different things.
I've never
it's
seen it in Camden
difficult.
as a contracted service. It would,
Oh yeah, we had a contracted custodial in this building in the Opera House.
but
and-
I think it's a little different in here. It gives us another data point to help us understand, because I hear you saying there's nothing. It's just it's never going to be achievable. It would be helpful to have another benchmark of like,
Well,
Somebody-
yeah, conceptually, can the select board say, hey, we'd like the concept of make it one person's responsibility and whatever the resources are that are needed to go ahead and
I mean,
manage. the
I
thing.
can't give you
Do
a
that
number
or
for a
not?
contract between now and when you
oh,
need to.
I know, but
put
what
the
I
budget
don't
on
like
the
is us
warrant.
continuously throwing money without we haven't asked anybody, how much is it really going to cost to solve this problem entirely or to meet this standard? What we're doing is saying, we want to give you a little more money, a little more resources and make it better. And then the town, I think, is doing the very best that you can with those resources, but it's not what anybody ever said was needed. And so it would be like, I think we sometimes think, oh, if it's a full-time person, we're going to have a perfect scenario. It's kind of an unfair position to put
Yeah,
you
I
guys
mean-
in, and I guess is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
and a full-time person isn't full-time coverage.
That's what I'm saying. But if there are
Oh.
companies that do it, it would just be a nice comparison. We don't have to do it now, but I'm a little nervous about a whole custodial department. But it's no hill I'm
I'm
gonna
a
die on.
proponent of centralizing the responsibility in one department.
Right, so it's not, at least you know who to hold accountable. So one person can say, well, if you want this,
What
then
I
I need to
need.
hire this. Not, well, that was always supposed to be the harbor.
Right, yeah,
Right.
that doesn't help. But we'll go into long history. I'll go into other anecdotes on
So-
that too long, but
Mhm.
on the otherwise the cost. So you're saying the difference between the 747,500 and the 1,036 in Parks and Rec is what?
The subsidy.
The
and
subsidy for
The
Snowball.
snowball subsidy,
this, okay, just general operating.
and then the extra $80,000 that was added in for custodial. That
What's-
will be under Parks and
What's
Rec.
the 30% increase for the cemetery fund to go from 64 to 92? Again, this is not a big dollar amounts compared to the others, but I'm just curious.
So that is it was 1.5 people taking care of the cemetery, but they need 2 full-time people doing it.
So where does that, is that also Parks and Rec cemetery maintenance, or is that?
Are they going to
Who
be
takes care of-
reimbursing us the same amount? Like this, is the cemetery association going to be paying more for that service?
Yes,
Okay.
Yep.
So it's a,
it's a wash.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other specifics on the expenditure side?
how much do we charge the library for all the mowing and stuff?
What's that?
Sorry, that's Parks and Rec takes care of all the library grounds, right?
We charge them 6,500 a year.
Oh,
Thank you.
wow. That's, I mean, that is a major contribution that the town is.
And then the capital improvement program that went from 1.3 to 2.6, is that the debt piece that you were talking about earlier, Audra, on the next page?
Debt capital contingency,
Capital
page 63
improvement.
in the packet, that one.
Yeah, 1.3 to 2.6. This one here.
Oh,
Capital Improvement Program, page 11.
This one.
Oh, so that's the sum of all. It's not just the debt service, it's the additional debt service, it's the capital projects for this year as well.
Which we have a summary of at the very end, right? The snowball, the,
Yep, you've got the detail at the end, so I'm just
Right.
gonna. So do you want me to read all the capital expenses, equipment purchases and projects?
We already went over that, didn't we, earlier?
I'll just run through and if you can stop me. So the police cruiser purchase, the upgrades to the public safety building, paving of the public works facility, the plow trucks,
Page, thanks.
64. I'm just reading off the summary on 64.
Thanks.
page 64.
The Opera House auditorium stage rigging and lighting, the Curtis Island facility repairs, that's a cast iron cap to the light tower, the HVAC system replacement in this building, the public landing restrooms in the Chamber of Commerce building, and then Lake Beach shoreline stabilization. So all of those CIPs.
So 1.8 is between the public restrooms and the public safety building, when you add it together.
Right.
1.8 is of the 2.6.
Yep.
And the public landing restrooms and chamber building, when will that really happen, do you think?
So Public Works is currently prepping the building for, to be renovated, the former chamber building. So they're doing, demo work and all that kind of stuff. So there's still planning left to do and some decisions to be made about, moving all the bathroom facilities into the chamber building, and details like, do we want shower facilities? Do we want washing machines? All the stuff that was in the master plan. And if that decision is made to move all the bathrooms in that building, demolishing the existing public landing restrooms.
But you're also saying in that page 64 that even though the number is really big at 2.6 million, there's a whole bunch of associated revenues that come with this. So really the net cost to taxpayers, is it the 136,000? Is that how that works? Department net expense, 136,600.
Right. It would be, yes, it would be everything that we're self-funding and not offsetting with bond proceeds or use of the TIF.
So even though 2.6 looks like a big number,
Right.
it's not as big when it comes to our individual taxes.
Right. You're like, that is not going to be, it's not going to be a $2.6 million increase
to the
that
budget,
taxpayers have to
right.
fund in this one year.
It's 136.
Yep.
And that's important for people to understand.
Very.
Yes.
That even though it looks big over on this side because of how it's funded, it's not as detrimental.
The public safety building, what,
And this was like to Allison's point earlier, where if you go up a few pages to 58, you
where's
see
the
that
136?
it's $92,000 is a wash on the expense. So
The net
whatever, not
after
worth.
the bonds and the TIF.
Well, the bonds we still pay for.
Right. So that it'll be the annual
But
debt
over time.
service.
Yeah.
I don't know if department net expense is the right way to describe that number per year. Department net expense per year, or because
Yeah.
there's no other revenue source for the public safety building repairs other than,
I'd say,
a
yeah,
bond.
department net annual expense.
okay.
Or-
Are we gonna, so for the public landing restrooms and here, we're using TIF funds to do all of that, but then I just heard
Yes.
Public Works is gonna be working on that, something that is clearly not a Public Works thing. Are we able to use, does it allow us to use TIF funds to contract the work to departments, or how does that work when one department does work for
Another.
others? Because I'm hearing we can only use the TIF funds for certain things, so we,
Well,
Wanna-
it's all general fund, so we wouldn't charge between departments. It's different if it's like a special revenue fund.
that's
General fund, a
600,000. I thought
special
that
revenue fund.
the chamber building and public restrooms was being funded with TIF funds.
They are, but
But I guess it's just there, you've got $600,000 here, but then we're seeing that in addition to that, we're using our public works department to work on that. I have a list of things I would like the public works department to work on, I guess is what I'm saying. So if we're being honest about the use of resources and what I'd like to keep, just sometimes you don't know what this is coming out wrong. I'm not like alleging you don't know what they're working on, but how I want to know the true cost of the public landing restroom expansion act. Personally, I think it's being asked that the toilet paper gets changed a little more often, it gets painted and various things. And to solve that problem, we're abandoning the current location and moving to another location and whatever. I understand there's a lot of planning to go about that, but the showers and how much is Public Works doing for this? I guess is what, are they going to do the whole thing? Are they going to?
No, it's a good time in the year for them to do this because they can't do their, sort of summer construction work yet. So and there's no plowing to do. So this is like a perfect
Could they replace
project.
that little bridge at the Harbor Road public access point or the?
Sure.
I bet if, we pulled everybody for a number of things they could work on. I don't know. I think it would be nice if we can't use TIF funds, without it going through this. How are we going to keep track of, what if we don't spend $600,000? Are we going to spend 600? Is that $600,000 with the town departments working overtime also?
No. When we first started this, a lot of planning needs to be done. Plans are sort of changing. If we don't spend all $600,000, then it's going to go back into the TIF reserve. So we'll be able to make decisions about what we
Seems
spend
like
that
if
money
we
on
could
later.
amend the TIF to use it for the snowball, and that would be really beneficial to everybody.
Definitely.
Seems like,
Another conversation.
I know, but we're using it for things that we could, I don't know, we're spending a lot of money.
This is in the development program.
Oh, I know. So is a movie theater
Yes, a movie.
in a building that's for sale right now, but.
Now, if we can go to page 53 and 54, this is one of those where it seems like where the department net expense is for Parks and Rec, 977,000. It seems like there must be some other offset, other revenues that happen. So it just seems like it's a really big expense number without counting in the revenue that this directly brings in. What
Well,
do I not understand?
Apart from the agreement we have with the library to mow Harbor Park, Parks and Recreation is not a department that has a lot of other revenue sources.
This doesn't include snowball.
It does not include.
No,
so
snowball
that's
special
the,
revenue.
Yeah.
So this is-
Sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That's why it seems
so
like
the
a-
salary, the full-time parks wages of $328,000. None of those people work at the snowball.
They do. So the way that it works is for the full-time admin wages, that split 50. So 6 months snowball, 6 months Parks and Rec. The full-time parks wages, 7 months Parks and Rec, 5 months snowball. Right.
So that isn't, is that then shown?
What
the
you're
other
seeing-
The other half of that, is it in the snowball one? then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You should have heard me some years trying to wrap my head around this, and it's.
Oh my God. And
There's
the
more,
whole
but it's like
what's
the
the
parks-
difference between the parks budget and the recreation
It's-
budget
Hmm.
before we combine them?
Well,
That was very confusing.
That's good.
Yeah.
And so the difference then, if you're saying the snowball isn't part of the Parks and Rec budget, the budget committee had $250,000 more. And it's not the snowball, though the snowball subsidy is in there under Parks and Rec.
Yes.
Wouldn't that,
That's
shouldn't that
because the
then be-
snowball's an enterprise fund, so that's the way we contribute. The correct place to contribute to the snowball is in the Parks and Rec budget.
But their revenue is not included.
But
It is not.
The snowball revenue.
right, the
Right.
snowball revenue
Snowball
isn't,
needs all the revenue it
because
has.
that's,
so-
it's separate because it's raising money from a separate source as opposed to this budget, which is the general fund.
So,
Raise
so the Audra budget, the town manager budget did not include the $236,000, but the budget committee did.
Mhm.
Now, do we need to make a motion to, last year, I remember we had to go through and approve which line items do we want to go ahead and include and which ones do we not include? We should be doing that. I know I'm skipping around, but I'm just picking out the bigger variances. But if there is something where we should be approving, hey, in this particular place, we want to go with what the budget committee said. And the other spot, we wanted to go with what Audra said. How the heck are we going to keep track of that?
So for the library, because that was one where there was a bigger discrepancy, it would be helpful if you could vote on that now if you're in agreement.
Which
And-
page? Sorry.
I know, right? This is like, oh my God.
But that's the order that we should be going through and saying, yeah, we agree or disagree
Right,
with whichever committee or whichever amount.
right.
Or something all of our own.
Or
I
something.
can give you guys those totals as we go along, depending on if you're going with town manager or budget committee.
Well, should we they do on the Sound of Music and start at the very beginning?
Yeah.
Yes,
Can I,
please.
while we're on, well, I don't know what.
Well,
we're
if
on.
you want to start with general government,
Which page?
so that would be page 14 in your packet.
Okay.
So there was no, for the entire general government budget, which covers, admin and finance, planning, codes and it's pretty much all the functions in this building.
Mm-hmm.
It has insurances, IT, professional services, all those types of expenses. There was no discrepancy at all between.
The budget committee, I thought, looking at page 13, the budget committee has $600,000 more than, and maybe I'm on the revenue side, sorry.
Yep.
But the 895, you're saying on the bottom of right-hand side, page 4, 895, the budget committee has that, the town manager has that, 895. Is that what you're looking at?
That's income.
In page 12?
No, we're on 14.
Okay, so if
General
you go
government
to in your packet,
budget.
page 10,
Yep.
the very top, general government.
Yep.
So it has the totals for admin and finance, professional services, planning, development, assessing, IT, insurances, town office building, opera, and and so those are the same. If you look at the total, 2,700,000.
2.7. Yep.
Yep. So those are the same. So unless any of you have changes you'd like to make, that might be an easy one to move forward with.
Yep.
Are we doing what we were able, I guess this will be on the revenue side, but we're funding like part of the planning director can be funded with TIF funds and things like that?
Yes.
We're trying to.
So we are.
Page 10.
An action item, which was not on our agenda. Is this something that we can do?
Yes, because this is more of like for lack of a better term, advisory vote, so we know what to put on the draft warrant.
So will we be going through this again?
You'll be looking at the numbers again and then voting on the final numbers when you vote on the warrant.
Yeah, but.
Will it be editable at that point?
Yes.
So,
yes.
So we could go
Yeah.
quickly and then through the pages?
Yeah, it's this whole voting thing that's making me a little, sometimes in
think
the
we
past
can
we establish consensus or I didn't feel like this, I just want to make sure we're reserving our right to
Right,
make
edit later.
changes if.
But so I guess we would go with the thematically. Are we okay with the 2.721, right? And
Yep.
then there's no
Let's-
difference between
Right.
with public safety, public works is 2.2. We understood we talked about the community services, and then it was culture and
Culture
rec.
and rec is where there was the difference.
There was the big difference.
Mhm.
That was the first one. So the other ones, are we all good with?
Yeah.
So Jody can rest easy on those first.
Yep, general
tables.
government, public safety, public works. and
It's the
community
culture and
service.
recreation where we've got a big difference
Discrepancy, yeah.
between budget committee and Audra's number, the town manager's number.
So the difference that you see or that you guys are
Yep.
voting on is obviously through Camden Public Library. Let me just scroll down to.
Could we take one and not the other? Could we say, hey, we'd like the town manager's number of 739 on the public library. However, we would like to go with the 1,036,000 on Parks and Rec.
Oh, absolutely.
That's why they're really, it's not, what we're doing isn't a choice between the budget committee and the town manager. That's why we have our own column.
Right.
So it's just going to be different.
Right.
numbers
The only reason I referred back to this and thought it might be easy when there's
Which things are the
ones
same?
where there's no discrepancy.
So in ours, we would move the 739 for the library.
Yep.
Harbor Landing is the same. Parks and Rec, we're going with the 1,036,000.
Are we going with that whole thing?
I don't think we finished discussion.
Okay.
On the subsidy for the snowball.
Right, that's, yeah, I agree.
Ken's microphone isn't on.
Thank you, Jody. What I mentioned was that I don't think we've finished discussion on the Parks and Rec with the subsidy, the brand new snowball subsidy line. And Jeff is still here if we need to discuss it with him.
I know the snowball got lucky this year with cold weather and enough snow.
But it didn't get lucky in terms of it's ending up deeply in the red. I mean, it could have
Right,
been much worse, but
that's where I was kind of going. Even though the snowball got lucky this year with favorable weather for 64 days of skiing, not sure how many were top tower and which ones were mid tower.
a lot
It was decent, but and I know last year there was also discussion of whether we go with an extra 230 something for the snowball. And I think there's more gain for the community for having it. And there's other offsetting revenue to a point that some things are going to cost us something. And if we want to have the snowball and be proud that we've got a ski area different in our town like anybody else, there's going to be a cost to that. It's an unfortunate thing, but it's a lot less than some other things that we spend money on.
So you're in support
I'm
of the
in support of the
subsidy?
236. It matches our exchange too.
oh, sure. But the thing is that this is just this, having this or not is not a referendum on whether we support the snowball. It's a starting point because it's to try and avoid ending the year and having to ask voters to make up the difference. It's in many years, we've had a few bad years. In many years, the snowball does end up in the black. And
It's been a long time since that's happened.
no, that's not true at all. It's
During COVID,
Years ago.
we did great. The problem we're really running into now is we haven't adjusted prices in a long, long time.
It's weather. It
Prices
rains.
have gone up for
there's-
for
yeah.
everything. And
we give
and we
senior
haven't.
discounts when probably we should give different kinds. Anyway, but it's just keeping track of all the different things. Because are we going to, this year, are we going to be asking for anything separate? Like questions that are pulled out separately for the snowball?
The window wall. So that's not.
May or may not be part of a. Which
And
is-
why are we pulling out the window wall?
A couple of reasons. We didn't really have a good estimate when we prepared the budget. One, two, it seemed like that was the way given last year the discussion about the groomer, that there was a preference that we pulled out capital expenses for the snow bowl. So those are the two major reasons.
Could we just ask separately, rather than making it look like the Parks and Rec budget is skyrocketing, could we ask separately about the operational subsidy
Yeah, absolutely.
as a way to gauge, for.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That can be
I
a
believe
wall.
strongly it will pass.
Yep.
But just,
So as Chris pointed out, over time, since 1938, there have been good winters and bad winters, and this should have been a good winter. So if, I hate to build in a $236,000 subsidy, because when we start now, it's going to be year after year after year. I'd like to see something more modest. Yes, we don't expect the Snowball to be a profit center no more than we do Barrett Cove or Lake Beach. But 236,000 is too steep for me.
I'd say we have to adjust prices though, if you want that number to go down. So we've got to start charging more or doing less things for free if we're going to be honest about what it actually costs us. So we've got to raise revenue somehow, because that 236 isn't arbitrary. That's, if you look at all the sorts of discounts that we give and the things that we do for free, that's what they cost.
Isn't it about $100,000 if I remember the presentation? It's
That,
close,
that whole
isn't it,
thing, I mean, a
Jeff?
lot of those people, if
What
you
was
didn't
it?
have the family pass, they wouldn't buy anything at all. We could, I mean, we could talk for, it's not even just the 200,000, it's that, it's like all the other things too. Like, I guess I'm seeing with Ken's, what Ken's saying is that it's like, if we do this every year, if we're like, okay, now we're going to see it as breaking even when the operating budget only loses $230,000, then
I don't
that's
disagree,
I
but you
think-
really do have to adjust prices if you're,
I think you're, okay.
or do less stuff, or give less stuff for free. Like you,
Certain prices, yeah, but
there
we're
are
not going to
certain
solve that
things,
tonight.
there are certain
Like,
things that over the years, there were a lot of, we're going to discount this, we're going to discount that, we're going to give this for free, which is great. But there was nothing done on the other side to figure out how we were going to pay for that. And this is just, it's widened over the years. The inflation hit, everything's going up. People are more expensive and we haven't adjusted prices to cover those costs. So I'm just saying,
So
you got to do something on the other end to make up for the lack of revenue if we're not going to subsidize. And I don't, like, I don't care how you do it, one way or the other. I'm just saying that's what it is. And if we're going to do it through the money that we bring into the snow, like if you want an honest going into the season with a balanced budget and an honest assessment of what it costs and what we're going to be
Yes.
able to do, then we need to raise prices so we can raise revenue
So
and then reduce the subsidy.
is the budget reasonably accurate from the snowball? I mean, this 236,000 is in excess of I'm assuming it's a balanced, but I don't have it in
the
front of me.
problem is that we don't even do the snowball
That's
budget
what you
until
need to balance this
later.
budget if we don't raise prices.
Because the snowball budget is an enterprise fund, so by its very nature, it has to be, once we do that, it's not like we have additional, at that point, it's too late for us to be saying, we want to contribute this amount of taxpayer funding. We have to decide the taxpayer funding now that's going to be used for the operating budget once we approve that, and then we can do the fees and all of that. But then people will have already voted on how much taxpayer money to give the
Do you
snowball.
think Jeff has a couple, could he describe this in 2 minutes?
I can't,
off the data
I'm
he
not
has,
okay
or
with
no?
getting into the snowball fees right now. That is an endless, like what we can, we already listened to a very long explanation of the family discount, and like, there are people that like study the snowball for a living. We're just talking about how we're going to ask people for money. Right now, when the snowball is and doesn't make enough money, we ask them at the end. We're going to say this year, how do you want to fund will you fund the operating deficit of the snowball? The proposal is either to right now to either add in something to the budget, which is what we think we might fall short of, or we're probably not going to change it based on that number, or they've figured out, I think, kind of what they think that number is going to be, unless we get lucky and then it's going to be different next year. Or we could ask separately as a way to be able to gauge community support for it. I personally think next year the snowball is going to make a bunch more money. I think a lot more people are going to buy season passes for all the reasons that was explained. But I would just I don't like it looking like the Parks and Rec budget went way up when what's really happening is a major investment, mostly in snowball things. It's not that all of our parks are getting
Right.
like the Lake Beach bathrooms are going to be the same. There's going to be no bathroom I just don't like the way it looks in there.
Is there an organizational reason or administrative reason why, like we have the Opera House as its own line, it used to be part of the other. Is there a reason why the snowball in this particular group doesn't have its own line? How tough would it be in future budgets to make the difference between I'll call it free parks that we have versus the snowball? How tough would that be Herculean because of
No,
these
we used to have
salaries?
that too. We had a recreation budget and we had a parks budget. So
But
we
the
could,
snowball, no, I just mean the snowball.
yeah, no, I know. That's what the recreation.
But that's not obvious to everybody because a lot of people recreate not at the snowball. Can we just, can we just ask separately from this?
So the 236. Oh, so you want to just pass on that for now?
No, sorry, ask separately. I mean, put it out as its own question on the ballot.
Sure, 236.
But
How do you feel about that, Ken? Put it to the town.
I don't mind pulling it out, but I think it's too high. I think
You wanna
the
pull out a
higher
lower
it
number.
is, it would be rejected, and I think we're running a greater risk.
But
if you-
isn't that the real number that we need to cover the shortfall?
Well, that's a good question. If we have a balanced budget, why are we assuming another
Don't.
$236,000?
No, we-
Because we're ending up in the red every year. Like,
That's-
we're going to have to ask
when
for, so
Jeff-
it's trying to be honest with people.
Yeah, when Jeff did his budget, that was the delta. If we keep prices exactly the same and offer the same services, we're going to have a $236,000 shortfall.
Maybe. He's
We're
being realistic.
projecting a $236,000 shortfall.
So this subsidy accounts makes up the difference then in the.
Gives the snowball a
budget?
balanced budget.
Between the fees and the operating expenses.
If people vote that down, then we really need to reevaluate because they're actually spending quite a bit more. We're making still payments on the redevelopment right now. Like there's 130, we're changes every year, but people are paying for the snowball. And
Yeah, that's the
They should-
difference between fees and operating expenses, whether it's capital or whatever it is.
but they bring in $1 million in revenue. I mean, we budget to spend money on it's just that TIF funds pay for the Opera House,
You got to figure what's the
but TIF funds don't
qualitative-
pay for the snowball.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. And does the Opera House break even every year?
No, but we budget to lose
How
money
much?
to contribute
About the same, actually, about
About-
230,000
Right.
is what the TIF covers.
So
It's
the
about the
TIF covers
same.
that, and we're asking the town to cover the snowball. Both are recreational things that the
Yeah,
town
I mean, you
has.
can, right. But for some reason, everybody's like, the snowball is costing me so much money. But they just don't, we don't discuss that like, oh, I didn't go to any concerts at the Opera House last year. And so, but my tax dollars are subsidizing, but we found a way to pay for that through this TIF.
So it's just a matter of budgeting the difference. And to Audra's point, the only way to make a difference is to reduce the number of things that you do. So you cut $236,000 out of diesel fuel or electric bill or whatever, or salary, or you change
Bring in more revenue.
you bring in more revenue by increasing the prices, or you're running more programs throughout the year.
Yeah, and right, they might end up with more grant funding. They might, the word might spread about how awesome things are at the Snow Bowl, and I think that's already
Right.
happening. But I guess I just would like to see it asked. It is very helpful to me from time to time when there's all this squawking about the Snow Bowl, and it turns out to be a very usually small group of people, and to be able to say, oh, well, voters voted for this.
It was surprising to me how many people voted for a multi-$100,000 snow groomer. And it was like 70% of the vote or something to that effect. My numbers aren't exact. And I think if we I would be supportive of putting the 236 out there to vote too, as a special budget item. And I bet it will pass too.
So
But at
which
least
number
if-
do you want to put over there as do you want to put in the
So I don't know how that works
town
for
manager
Jody.
minus the,
Audra,
You're
can you
taking out
propose
the
something?
subsidy.
No, it would be the town manager's number because
right, that's what I mean.
yeah, it would be the town manager's number.
Oh,
so
I
we would
wouldn't-
put in,
Can
and
I,
then-
can I just
Yeah, go
interrupt,
ahead.
just quickly? I wouldn't recommend putting my number in unless you want to get rid of the
bathroom.
bathroom,
Yeah, which I
the
don't,
custodian.
I don't want to answer
No.
to the budget committee on
I
that. I will
don't.
keep what they did there.
I want to keep the
um,
custodian.
So I would propose it's the budget committee's number minus 236,000.
Yes,
And then that gets pulled out and asked as a separate question.
that's correct.
That bottom line total is exactly 800,000.
Perfect.
Did you guys decide on the library?
That one, we wanted to go with the town manager's number on that.
On everything library related.
139, okay, thank you.
On 739, yeah.
I'd like to ask Jeff if he has any input, any suggestions. We want you to be comfortable with how we handle this $236,000. So please.
You can sit there, you got a
You're
microphone.
good there.
Yeah, so I'll be brief.
Please.
The 25-26 season calls for a 9% increase in revenue and an 11% increase in expenses. And that's where you have a gap. I think it's important to point out, we achieved 100% of our revenue goal for this season, $125,000, which is the most, $1.25 million. Let me make sure I clarify that. $1.25 million, which is the highest revenue number that I'm aware of, certainly the highest within the last 7 years, definitively. The reality is our expenses came in at $1.4 million this year, which gives us a variance of $190,000. $100,000 of that was in personnel services. And I think it's important to understand that as we bring on more full-time people into Parks and Rec, that's a more expensive snowball person than a seasonal employee. There are benefits that we pay there. And it's typically they're going to make more than a seasonal person. So that's going to contribute to some of that expense increase that we talked about in the proposal. That's that $236,000 variance. I am very supportive of putting it to the voters. I think that's an appropriate thing to do because this is the town's snowball. And I think if the town's not supportive of it, then we have to look at really how do we increase expenses? How do we increase revenue, which is likely through some combination of raising prices and offering more things. What I shared with the budget committee, and I will share with all of you, my commitment is to figure out how to increase revenue without the burden of increasing prices. I think there are more creative things that we can do. There are more services that we can offer, or opportunities for revenue we can offer outside of the ski season, if you will, to bring in more revenue. I'm very interested in being expense neutral and without putting that burden on the taxpayers. What I presented to you was simply the reality of where I think is most likely, based on the information I have today, of where we are likely to be next year. And I want to make sure that I am upfront with that, with the Camden voters and the Camden community and taxpayers, that what I think the reality is for the season. So hopefully, Ken, that answers your question.
Sarah? And maybe this is just a clarifying question, because what was put in front of the budget committee, in addition to the number, was do we, can we get behind the notion that the Camden Snowball is a subsidized entity, within, so I guess I'm just trying to clarify for what would be going in front of the voters is not just $200,000 number, but more the philosophical, notion of it might be this, there is a range, it might be modified, but I guess that I was just trying to clarify, is that's essentially what is going in front of the Camden voter, is not just a singular number that maybe is agreed upon.
Yeah, that's the perennial conversation.
Okay.
No, but we're putting in front of them a number.
But that's okay.
And we're going to interpret
I
from
think
that.
what
But I don't think we're
Sarah-
going to say, are you generally supportive of the fact that the
No,
snowball
but that's
costs
a
money?
reflection. That's what that vote.
Yeah, I think what
affirms.
she's asking is are we going to ask the question in a way where there's like an ongoing, understanding there's going to be an ongoing subsidy
It might be
that
there
might
each year.
fluctuate?
I think they're going to start getting the point when we.
I think they
we
have
keep
gotten
doing
the
it,
point.
yeah.
I mean, this is not new.
I guess that was what was put in front of the budget committee, is this number represent the potential for ongoing support versus it's popping up every year or not. So I just didn't know if that's part of what's being presented.
And if I may, what I presented to the budget committee is really, we have two choices, and I think Audra alluded to this, is choice one is operate as a ski area. And that means charging prices and not necessarily discounting tickets or discounting what we offer in order to achieve the revenue that's necessary to meet our expenses. The second option is to operate as a municipally funded, a municipally owned ski area with benefits to the community. And I think it would be important to understand some of those benefits. The fourth grade Learn to Ski program, right, which
Yeah, no, we've heard,
We- like, I-
we know this.
yeah, I-
We know
Right.
all of this. We
There's
don't- we
no
don't have to
perfect,
litigate
there's no
that here.
perfect way to do this. It's reasonable to include it in the budget, in the Parks and Rec budget as a symbol of like, do you support this ongoing expense? I can see that side of it, and I can see the budget committee was clearly trying to weigh in like that, and I think probably reflects what the majority of the community thinks. I don't feel, I think quite as, I just feel better, at least this year, asking it separately, make me feel a little bit better. And I think we'll all just keep interpreting it as we will, because everybody, no matter what, has a little bit of a skewed understanding of it, even me. But, you know, if it were to fail, then that'll be, or if it were to come close, that helps us, I think, with when we go to do the fees, to think about,
Right.
you know, needing to take a different approach. And
So we'll go with the town manager, or the $800,000 number that Jody mentioned, which is the budget committee minus 236 on the item, and put that to voters. So the next place where there's a variance between the budget committee and what the town manager had is on page 14, where we're talking a $600,000 variance that the budget committee recommended. And this is where there is, you know, a fairly increase.
Which line?
Other financing sources. Now, this is just on the revenue side. There is variances.
this is where I would want to, with the revenue, I'm going to want to use more from surplus and.
Oh, you're page 13.
The difference in other financing sources, the first one is under bond no proceeds. I removed the $450,000 Camden Public Library improvement that we were going to finance.
So the 1.7 number is the more accurate one?
Yes.
Okay.
Also, we added 156,300, which is paid parking subsidy. It's funds that will be used to offset the parking officer for FY26.
And the surplus is the same between the two, so.
Those are the two differences.
So if we do the town manager's line, it reflects accurately takes out that money for the library.
Right, but that's one of those cases where the 1.756 we should go with if we take out the 450 for the library.
Right.
But we can't take it entirely because should we consider the 156 for the paid parking subsidy that the budget committee has, the town manager did not.
What's that all about?
Yeah, Audra, do you want to say more about that?
So that's if we move forward with the paid parking program and we have revenue from it, then we could use it to offset expenses. And that would be the debt service for the infrastructure bond as well as the.
Can you call it something else? It makes it sound like we're subsidizing paid parking. Can you call, that doesn't.
Paid parking revenue. We could call it paid parking
That would be
revenue.
much better. I was like, wow, we have to okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
all right.
it could offset the debt service payment for the infrastructure bond as well as the
I thought
officer.
we thought that they changed everything so much to give many more things away for free that it wasn't going to make money the first year, or the public landing is making money.
So there are some tweaks we can do to it so it will make money.
Oh.
So like if it's $3 an hour, that helps it. And then you could keep everything similar to how it is. So the same.
Is this the budget committee saying, like, is this them sending the message that they want it to make money?
Yes.
They were supportive.
How should we interpret this, Sarah? Should we then have the fees reflect the budget committee's desire here? For it
So
to be-
again, this is my 9:30 response, but basically the paid parking, when we had gone through the budget, there were a series of strategically aligned things that we wanted to be giving our voice of support, which is where that number came from. So when we had, it was kind of at the very end of the final presentations of the supplemental to the budget of, yes, by including it, it's putting behind it the budget committee's support of proceeding with the paid parking and the potential revenue that it could bring in. That's why it was not in the original town manager's proposed to us, and then we included it.
Because she was proposing a revenue neutral paid parking option. Are we supposed,
Well, I guess
you didn't think
also-
it was going to make money, now the budget committee says it needs to make money, and now.
Yeah, and we got prices back. I was able to look at the model a little bit more and make adjustments. So
yeah.
this is kind of one of those, more information as you
Yeah.
go through the budget process.
So
And then-
which number is more accurate at this point? The 156 or going without it?
The most recent one, right?
Huh?
The most recent one, right? I
Yeah,
think-
156.
Yeah, we
Are
voted
you
on as it
comfortable
was
with that,
supplemental
Audra?
to what was put into the initial budget, and so we then included it.
I'm comfortable with it, provided everybody still wants to move forward with implementing paid parking.
And because this is what we're expecting in the first year, if we can make some tweaks. After that, the first year is always going to be the most difficult because we're going to have to fund the
Right.
investment. And then,
Yeah.
I mean, if it can, if in the first year we think there's a way for, why is it such a specific number, like 156?
Well, that's because of the specific expenses we're using it to offset.
Oh,
I guess, so here's a consideration with paid parking. If the economy is going in a bad direction, you see where I'm going with this. It's very likely that paid parking will be to blame for reductions in sales.
oh, when it's really,
Right,
the
when it's
not
really
federal
greater
government.
economic factors. So I'm
Oh.
very concerned about that because I don't want to be, I think we're going to head into a recession with everything that's going on. And I don't think it's going to have anything to do with paid parking, but I think that paid parking will be blamed.
It'll be hard to tell the difference, depending on where you want to be.
There's
How
no
about
way
paid parking at the
will-
Snowball? People should pay to park at the Snowball.
So you're right. Maybe the conservative approach is to not put the 156 in to that element.
Depends on what everybody wants to do.
So are you suggesting delaying implementing paid parking for a year? Because the first year, it's kind of revenue neutral anyway.
But it'll always
Well,
be,
just more of the shakiness of the potential economy.
Yeah, I mean,
we
if
can make adjustments
if
to
we're
it.
not going to have the level of visitors and,
Right.
I mean, Audra's,
My motives are different. I want it to be successful because
Yeah.
I think it's what's
We
best for
all-
the town for a lot of different reasons. And I'm concerned that if we implement it during a year where we have a recession, it'll be used as the scapegoat and not the
right.
crazier things that are happening on a federal level that are actually causing a recession.
I think we can,
That's why it's always in military decision-making, option C is always to do nothing. And option C might be to do nothing because the strategic, the environment, there are other factors that are playing into it beyond the fact of just driving forward that are maybe more important, that it's better to, it might be better to pause on certain things and not go ahead. That's why option C is always to do nothing. Because
No,
it could be a
no.
bigger strategic reason why not. And if it does present, we know it's a divisive issue as it is. And you don't want to do something to set it up to fail.
well, how would we know that there are any number of, as soon as we start basing our town parking policies on forecasts about the federal
Economy,
government, and we are free at any moment to change fees based on data collected. And if it doesn't meet its revenue goal because of a widespread recession that we recognize, and then we also see that, okay, we want to help everybody out by giving more free parking or less expensive parking here. That's fine. I mean, I don't know.
I don't think Audra's talking about changing the price of the parking, but because town shopkeepers' revenue will be down, that is what
This is
will be.
Right. I
Right.
mean, I think too that, I
This
mean,
is really
the
doomsday. I
cost
wasn't
of
prepared for this.
implementation will never be less than it is right now.
Right.
So
Yeah.
even if we decide to scale it back somewhat, Allison and I were talking earlier about the possibility of rolling it out a little bit later in the year so that people don't have to face it,
Right at
before
the beginning of the
school's out.
season.
We
Like
go
after
right
school's
into the
out, yeah.
summer, not jump right in May where it might be disturbing right before the budget. I think that we have, if there's enough, I think that the research has shown, and I support you in this, and I've voted in favor every single time, would be to go ahead with the implementation and then use the flexibility of the system to accommodate, what we see as pushback or a need to lower fees in order that the, shopkeepers are not feeling overly burdened by it.
Are
I
we
mean, that's
feeling
the
like
beauty of it, right?
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
if it's a slightly unrealistic revenue, if it's an aggressive revenue projection, then, I mean, we can change it to I think it's important that there's a revenue item there that reflects that that's what we're doing. But if, 156 is a little too whatever, I'm about to propose that we increase the amount from other financing sources from surplus by $150,000 for the library. But
So yeah, maybe
if you're nervous about, I'm having a hard time deciphering here are you nervous about?
I
putting-
just want the program to be successful.
I don't know if we can determine that. Are you afraid that the program might not be successful because we're going to over project revenue and then at the end of this, we're going to not have?
No, I just think it's going to be scapegoated for other
Okay,
things.
I see that as a larger issue, but for our purposes here, how do we,
Let's
let's take it down to something that.
maybe change that number to 65,000. So that covers the debt service on the infrastructure bond off the top of my head. And I think that that's realistic. Even if we start late, and even if we have to pull it back a little.
What do we get from the public landing today in fees about?
Oh,
Yes.
I should remember off the top of my head.
In here somewhere.
Yeah.
Use that as the minimum.
What, paid parking on the public landing?
Yeah.
Yep.
What do we get from that now?
We've taken in 58,000 just in this
That-
fiscal year.
So that would be a safe number to put in then.
Oh, that's not even, because we still are going to have a little bit of
Because
a
that,
little bit of the fiscal year left of collecting. So that's,
You'll probably hit 75, 80,000.
but yeah, to Audra's point, even if we have parking meters out there and they're sitting there at $0 per hour that they collect, it could still give people the impression that Camden has paid parking and therefore I'm going to avoid Camden. And that could be a way, even if the tourist numbers were down, that could be blamed as the reason why people were not in Camden.
Right, exactly.
Because
I
they
promise
exist.
to go down there more if there are less tourists
That-
and there's,
right.
I will totally park there and eat at the
That's
Camden Deli even.
But the point is not what you might do. It's what other people might perceive by those items being there.
I
And
know.
when Camden installs those, it will be in the news like it is in other towns that they're there. And Audra's concerned.
I'm not worried about tourists.
I don't
I'm
think-
worried about shopkeepers
Well-
scapegoating
We
it.
can't decide, you guys, we can't
Yeah,
decide
that's
all
what I
this
mean.
tonight.
No, I
Let's
agree.
put a realistic, this is
So put the public.
I agree. I just
the
wanted
worst
to
time of night to be thinking about this. Let's put a realistic revenue projection in there and move on.
65,000.
Okay, great. Let's do it.
But put the number down that's at the public landing. Jody said 58.
That was a little too,
Sorry, 58.
that's
Jody?
so far this year. She thinks it's going to be
It's okay.
75.
Just let's pick a
It's
number.
Okay.
65 was,
65 offsets
65.
the bond payment, but band payment.
okay. And then I would like to propose that we increase the use of surplus by $150,000. If I could look at the numbers all carefully, I'd probably use a higher number.
What's
but
that for? The library?
That's the, for,
what's it
sure.
for?
I mean, it really can go anywhere, but yes.
No, what is it for? What is the reason you want to increase the surplus by $150,000?
The use of surplus. Well, I could give a few different reasons. I actually want to use it. The reason is because the undesignated fund balance is much higher than what it needs to be, is my opinion. And that.
So it's a way to reduce tax money.
It's a way to reduce, I do this at Midco
Have
Solid
that money,
Waste every
yeah.
year. I say, different town managers have different philosophies about it. I like the philosophy that David Kinney often uses, that if you're going to have a policy, then, you stick to it, and anything else that you're keeping in this fund without a designated purpose is, like, it's not a slush fund because we do have to ask to use it, but.
So you're saying then change the 1.150 surplus to the amount that will make it equate to the percentage that we have in our policy?
Oh, no, that would be.
We're nowhere near.
No,
near.
because I know that that's too, we need to review our policy, and there are other people here that would say that's possibly irresponsible, and we, blah, 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 but you never know how much the snowball's going to cost us in 5 years. And so I'm proposing a modest increase. In this case, I chose 150 because of the library,
But I thought the library thing was already funded in a different line.
Because I think what we're changing it is we were going to finance it. Was my understanding is that the library thing was going to be a bond.
So that has to get removed off the other page then.
So it's going to be, we're not going to have that revenue source paying. It's not going to be distributed out over time anymore. It's going to hit everybody right at once because of our decision to not do the bigger project, to do a smaller project. And so I am proposing, because we're not spreading it out over a bond period, I'm proposing to spare taxpayers the hit.
I'm with you. So
Oh my God.
I'm with you. Jody.
I have the bad microphone. That's why the tape is on it.
Did it?
Anyway, Jody, if we did the library funding of the $150,000 out of the surplus, which line and which page does it get removed from that we've already talked about?
We've already removed, because you initially were going to finance 450,000 through a bond. That's been removed, and that was out of bond, no proceeds.
Okay.
That's what brought it from 2.2 million down to 1.7. So now, I think Allison is asking to increase the use of surplus by 150,000, so that would make 1.3 million out of use of surplus.
To account for the library's piece. Right. Okay. I just wanted to make sure it was coming out of someplace before it went into someplace, in that I could understand the gazinta and the gazetta.
And
no, it's a little.
Jody, have you been able to adjust the numbers so they have like a bottom line?
Yes.
Okay, great. Do you want to let them know what it is?
Yes.
We all guess now.
Yeah.
Okay, so your gross total town expenditures, the select board vote is, hopefully vote, $15,272,620. Your revenues are $8,523,733. And your net budget is $6,748,887. And that would represent a 3.07% increase over this current year budget.
That all sounds good. I'm just surprised that we were able to come in under both the budget committee and the town manager.
Revenues.
It's because we're giving people an opportunity to vote outside the budget on things that are
On the
going to ultimately
236.
cost them probably the same amount of money, or
That
it's a
too.
little bit of a trick, but I mean.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay. That's good to
But
point out that the difference that you mentioned could be.
They'll probably add it back
Filled.
in, as they tend to do. But, you can make the argument that on either side, like we're giving people more choice by pulling things out. You could also say that we're
Hiding.
hiding, but you know,
I mean,
in a weird way. Like it's tough. There's no perfect way.
okay. I'm good with that though. But it's like.
Can I have a vote of that, of those three, of at least the net number of the budget? So we just have a clear vote of what you guys.
Jody, could you also add in, yes, on that vote, but could you also add in the amounts that Allison brought up about, it's the 236 and something else that was getting voted on, just so that the whole
Oh, yeah,
picture-
we're voting to move that question.
Right, yeah. 'cause
Right, so that's not included in this budget. It wouldn't be included.
So
It's
it has
its
to be a
own
different
item.
vote.
Right, but that's in a motion to approve something, if that ends up being, because this is like three things here, three numbers, and then those other two for what's getting voted on, it would be just good to know that we're thinking the whole picture.
I
That's
don't know
all.
if we can include that in the budget motion.
No, you would have to recommend that as its own item.
Okay, how much was the other one then? The other two items to be voted upon?
So the operational subsidy was 236,000.
And was there something else?
No, not that I'm aware of.
The window.
So that
window wall?
150,
That's already.
no, the
ran through separate,
150,000
right?
being added from
That's-
surplus is not, that's already
That's already in there.
part of the, okay.
Yeah, the window wall, I never included it in the budget, so that'd be asked as a separate question. Same thing with the fire truck, but there's no expense to that for a
Yep.
while.
All
But then
right.
we're also going to be needing to ask about funding the deficit.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not really we're establishing
Yep.
consensus or whatever, and that'll be part of the warrant that we vote on.
And you could wait with that. You don't have to do that this year
deficit?
necessarily. At the Snow Bowl, yeah.
If we want to try to make it seem to the.
What was that you said?
Jody, would you just read me those numbers again, just so I can jot them down? I didn't,
Wait. on
Yes,
asking about
total
funding the
town
deficit for
expenditures,
this year.
15,000,272,620.
I guess because we don't know it.
mhm.
Revenues, $8,523,733.
Mhm.
Net budget is $6,748,887.
Thank you.
And the percent increase from?
3.07.
Thank you.
This has gone pretty well.
So can we have a vote to move those numbers forward for our consideration for the final warrant article?
Oh, I thought we kind of already.
Well, no, we're doing
Okay.
it right now.
Is-
Okay.
Is that your motion? Can
That's
you-
my motion.
I'll second that.
Reserving the right to,
Of
whatever
course,
later,
this
but
is just to
yes.
get numbers for our final discussion for the warrant.
Yeah. I'm so
All those in
moved.
favor?
I second. Did
Okay.
we second? You made
Yeah.
a motion and
No,
then.
Chris
Oh, you
seconded.
did. Okay, sorry.
All right, looks like we're unanimous on that. Beautiful.
All
Is
right.
there anything on the agenda that we haven't covered that we intended to?
No, we
'cause
did it.
skipped
We did it
around?
all. Well,
We
except
have the
reports.
reports, but I can wait until next time.
I got nothing.
I got like really quick things,
Yeah,
really,
yeah,
really quick. So our very own town report, so we need the dedication, the select board to figure out the dedication. And if you want to weigh in on the cover image, we need that soon. I think that the timeframe for that is April 18th is when Janice wants to get all of that in so we can go off to printing. If everyone can reach out to the congressional delegation about the tax exempt bond issue and the proposal to get rid of tax exempt status on municipal bonds. I also think it would be helpful if the select board passed a resolution, and there's a model one for that we can bring to you at the next meeting. And in very happy news, on April 23rd, our very own Dave St. Laurent is going to be inducted into the Maine Franco-American Hall of Fame,
Oh, wow.
courtesy of Vicky Dudera
Very
nominating
cool.
him. So very, very proud moment for Camden and
No
the St. Laurent
doubt.
family.
That's very cool. Does anyone else have anything of import that they want to add to this proceeding?
I guess the only thing I was going to say, a number of people have talked about the crosswalk markings are often worn off this time of year. Pathways Committee had a conversation about that, hoping maybe they could get painted twice a year. Had a brief conversation with our Public Works Director, and he said that if the Pathways Committee is going to be identifying some of the crosswalks that are the most worn, that could be, this was a partially Gary Fowley thing, our new member there, but we're going to identify the crosswalks that are most worn and then paint them a second time in the fall to try to make them safer, because it is a little dicey on a number of town roads this time of year. So that's.
So what will be the format of our next budget? We must nail down the figures. We also have all of the town warrants have to be set at our next meeting. Is that what the time frame is?
Yeah, so what you'll get is you'll get the warrant, the draft warrant, and it has everything that will be on the ballot on it, including the way the budget's going to look with the numbers that you went over tonight and voted on. So that'll be on there, as well as, all the questions.
Pleasant Ridge and all the things that we've discussed over the.
Yep, all of that.
Okay, because I don't feel comfortable that we went through section by section as thoroughly or comprehensively as we might. So we do have some work left to do next time. Also, the one warrant article that will come up is the Montgomery Dam, and so that it's going to take some time. We need to reserve some time for that next meeting as well. What else? What other warrant articles are we?
Pleasant Ridge subdivision
Pleasant
acquisition.
Ridge.
I mean, the green space, I could really drag that one out with the wording if you
There's
want.
actually a lot of real estate. The
feel
Elm
it's
Street
done it.
School question will be on the warrant. The separate appropriations that we talked about tonight. So window wall, the operational subsidy for the snow bowl, the fire truck vote. There's
Not
a
all
number
of
of
those
zoning
signatures.
code amendments. And then we've got like our annual sort of procedural warrant article items.
Right, and we sort of left it open-ended about the solar array. At least that my feeling was that we did not.
Oh, whoops. Yeah, that needs, but, yep.
It's 10 o'clock.
Right, that's a perfect example of something that can be added in next time after we've thought
I
about it.
would say there looks like there's pretty good consensus to use reserve funds to purchase that. Those two reserve funds, one being the energy and one being the tree reserves. And if that's the case, that's the select board can vote to do that. So that we don't need to put that on the this year's warrant. You can just vote to do
Right.
that.
Does it add up to enough?
It could.
It does.
It does. More, yeah.
It does.
Oh.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, I think we have concluded our business. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second,
I'll second.
any further discussion? Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Tom.
All those in
Right,
favor?
We're done.
We're always finish strong.
Yep.
Finish strong.
Thank you, Jeff and Chief and Sarah.
Thank you.
Okay, this is
very
where I
much.
really
That went great.
stumble
I really
usually.
appreciate your